Hello everyone, welcome to this video. My name is Amitabh, a final year student and AWS community builder in a containers category. If you want to learn AWS from beginners to intermediate level in one single video, then this video is for you. In this complete AWS One Shot, we will start from AWS Account Creation and IAM Fundamentals, then move into EC2 security scaling, networking, and then Terraform deployment, and finally we are going to build a real world CI/CD project in the end of this video. And by the end of this video you will also understand how real AWS infrastructure works and how different AWS services connect together in a practical environment. So without any delay, let's get started. If you are new to AWS and don't know how to create a AWS account, so this video is for you. So for that, you need to come to this URL, then click on create account. And when the page is loaded, you need to provide the email address what you want to use. In my case, I'm going to use this email address. And what name I want is this. And then it will provide the verification code into your email address. So after that, you need to copy this code and type there, and you need to create the password for that. In my case, I'm gonna create. Make sure the password matches all the condition they want. So I have written the password. So you can see the password is matches, and after that we need to continue on. So as the AWS has revised their plan, and after 15 July they have removed the free tier and implemented such a new plan where you will get a 6 month free with a 200 credit. 100 you get at the time of creation of your account, and 100 credit you need to follow certain step that AWS has mentioned. So for now we are going to choose the free plan. So now we have to provide the address details. So for now, so I'm gonna enter my name, and we're gonna select the country as India, and I'm gonna provide the number. Okay, and country is India. So address I'm gonna provide. Okay, city Mumbai and state is Maharashtra, and this is the sample code. Okay, so you need to check this. I don't want to save. And there is a new payment method that AWS has been integrated. Previously, we have the credit or debit card option. Now we have the UPI auto pay option also. So whatever you feels to set up, you can set. And if you want to create a AWS account with a UPI auto pay, you can use it. And this is very simple, and this is only available in India as UPI is for India only. But in this video, we are continuing with the credit or debit card so that anyone from the world can create this AWS account watching this video. So you need to have your credit or debit card and enter your number of debit or credit card. So I'm gonna enter my debit card number. Okay. So gonna select the expiration. You need to add the CVV which is written behind your debit or credit card. And this is my name. I don't want to save. And this is my address. Yes, I have PAN. So this is my PAN number. Okay. So after that, AWS might deduct some amount. And if you don't see this kind of a page, then you need to enable your international transaction of your account. For that, you need to open your mobile banking application. Suppose my account in Union Bank, then you need to open your Union Bank mobile application, go to your card service, select your card, then click on manage your card. In that, you need to enable your e-commerce and point of sale option with a certain 1,000 or 500 limit. So after enabling those options, you will see this kind of page, and after that you need to provide the OTP. So I will enter the OTP. So after enabling your international transaction, you will receive the OTP. You need to enter the OTP here, and this will deduct 2 rupees from your account, and the 2 rupees gonna credit after 1 or 2 days. So don't worry. So you need to submit the OTP and it will verify the account. So wait for the verification. Yes. So AWS has verified our account. Now we need to select the purpose. For now, I'm gonna select as a personal use and ownership as a individual. So I already provided the PAN card. So still they want. So I'm gonna provide. So previously I have provided the PAN card number. So for now we need to type the birth date and the format is year, month and the date, and this is the my name, and we need to enter the PAN card number again. So for verification you need to provide your PAN card number and upload front page of your PAN card. So I have selected my PAN card front page photo, and you need to check this box and to identify verification. So it gonna ask you for the number, and this is the country I live, and this is the number. So it gonna send the SMS. So you need to write the captcha, then we need to submit it. So we need to verify the code they have provided into your mobile number in SMS. So they have provided the verification code on your mobile number. In my case, I have entered the verification code that I have received on SMS. So after that, we're gonna continue it. And what happened here, I didn't get the free plan for AWS. Why? Because I have already AWS account in my same debit card and PAN card. So if you are completely new to AWS account, then only you will get the initial free plan of AWS. So I hope you are creating a completely new account with completely a new PAN card and the debit card or a credit card. So in my case, I didn't get it. You can read it by pausing this video. And so I didn't get it. The AWS credit. I'm gonna confirm it. So for support from AWS, I'm selecting a free one. So my account is not in a free plan because I have already account on the same PAN card and the debit card. So they have verified properly. And if you want that 200 credit, you need to create your AWS account from completely new debit card and the PAN card which didn't have the record in your AWS. After that only you will get the 200 credit. So make sure you have completely new details. So my AWS account has been created successfully. You can see my account has been created, and this is the basic dashboard console that you're gonna see after creating your AWS account. So this is how you can create your AWS account completely from scratch within the new AWS policy. And to get the AWS credit, initial 200 credit into your free plan, you need to use a new PAN card and a new debit card which doesn't associated with your past AWS account. So AWS Global Infrastructure consists AWS region, availability zone, data center, and edge location, which also called as points of presence. So let's start with the AWS region. So basically, AWS region is a physical geographical area with multiple isolated data center, which we can also say availability zone for hosting cloud resources designed for high availability, fault tolerance, and low latency. And what is fault tolerance is? Fault tolerance means the ability of your system to keep working correctly despite of any hardware and software failures. So choosing an region should depends on these four things. First is a compliance with the governance. Suppose your government say your data should not be go outside India or any country, then you have to select the region available in that country only. And secondly is a latency. Suppose your most of your users are from India, your application is going to be largely used by the India, then what is the use case of deploying your application in any other region outside the India? So it's gonna create the latency and will provide the delayed response to the customer. And third is a service availability in region. Suppose you have to use some services provided by AWS and you have to use the Mumbai region. And if you see that services are not available in Mumbai region, then you have to select the region that provide your AWS service. Many new services and features are not directly available in all the regions. So you have to select the region that provide your AWS service. And if you want to check which services are available in any region, you can search on Google AWS region table and you will be getting this link and you can select the region. Suppose I want to use the Mumbai region. So I can see the list of AWS services are available in that region. Whatever services I want to use, I can see whether the services are available in that region or not. Then only I will deploy my application in that region. And if suppose I want to use AWS code build, if I see the code build is not available in Mumbai region, then I will select the another region. So this is how you can also see whether the services are available in that region or not. And lastly is a pricing. If you talk about pricing, some of services are costly in other region and some of not costly that much. So you can create the estimate whether how much a particular service is going to be create a cost for you. So you can come this calculator of AWS and create an estimate. Suppose you want to use a AWS instance, you can select that and configure it and check whether how much is going to be cost for your 1 month and how much for the yearly based on your uses. So let's start with the AWS availability zone. Availability zone is basically provide you the info that the data centers are available in these zones. And if we talk about zones available in a region, minimum of three availability zone are available in a particular region and maximum of six. And if we talk about a Mumbai region, we have three availability zone named as AP South 1A, B and C. And if I show you from the diagram, this is you can imagine this is the AWS Mumbai region and this is the AP South 1A, B and C. So we have data center installed in that availability zone. A data center can be one or more that we don't know. We have to go there and see how much data center are available. So this is what AWS availability zone also. And if we talk about data center, so these are data center basically a physical infrastructure installed in any particular location which is availability zone in a region. Physical infrastructure is servers that we are using remotely and we using AWS cloud. So that is a AWS data center. And if we talk about AWS Edge location, which also called as a point of presence, so AWS Edge locations are strategically placed data center. It is also a data center only globally that brings AWS services closer to end users, reducing latency by caching content like images, videos, and running localized functions primarily for services like a CloudFront to like content delivery network and the Route 53 a DNS and a global accelerator to speed up content delivery, DNS resolution, and application access worldwide. The global edge network currently consists of over 410 points of presence, including more than 400 edge locations and 13 regional mid-tier caches in over 19 cities across 48 countries. And if you want to see more about it, you can see these images officially provided by AWS, which show the blue dots are edge locations. It is a data center only, and the purple one is the multiple edge locations, and these are edge caches which we use for the content delivery network and the DNS also. And if you want to see officially from the AWS, you can check this global infrastructure or URL, or you can search also. And if you want to see like this, what are regions are there, so you can see there is a Mexico region. And if we rotate this and want to see Mumbai region, then you can see in India we have Hyderabad and the Mumbai region. So if your users are from India only, then choose the region closest to you. Suppose you are located to Mumbai, then select the Mumbai region to reduce the latency. You can also see what new comes in a global infrastructure. So currently AWS has 38 regions worldwide and 120 availability zone with 700 plus points of presence and 13 regional edge caches and 43 local zone and 33 wavelength zones for low latency application. So you can also see what new come in a global infrastructure. So you can see AWS launches a new region in New Zealand, and whatever new announcement has been done, we can see by here. And let's start with a shared responsibility model. So what is a shared responsibility model is, you can simply search on a Google. So it is a responsibility of AWS and a customer. So customer has a responsibility for security in the cloud, and AWS has a responsibility for security of the cloud. Suppose AWS provide you a compute, storage, networking, and a database which AWS manage. So AWS manage the security of each services provided by AWS. So AWS what does not manage? Your OS updates, your network firewall, and the platform application, your administration. So these are customer managed. If you are a customer, you have to manage your platform, your deployed application, your administrator, which is IAM, and your OS updates, network firewall, whatever your security group have inbound and outbound rule. These are managed by customer, not AWS. If you are opening your firewall for a public access, it's totally your customer responsibility, not a AWS responsibility. So this is a responsibility model provided by AWS, dividing the responsibility of a customer and AWS itself. You can understand more about it by searching a shared responsibility model. You can learn more in depth. So AWS has a responsibility for protecting the infrastructure that runs all the services offered in AWS cloud. The infrastructure is composed of hardware, software, networking facilities that run AWS cloud services, and customer has a inner responsibility. So they have to manage security in the cloud. So you can read more about it. Customer responsibility will be determined by AWS cloud services that are customer selects, that determines the amount of configuration work the customer must perform as a part of their security responsibility. Some of responsibility are customers for, and some of are the AWS for. So for AWS is a security of the cloud, and for customer is the security in the cloud. So as in a previous video, we have created a AWS account from scratch, and this is the thing that you should do after creating your AWS account. And the first thing is the a root account lockdown. What it is, you have to create a strong password for your root account, and you need to set up the multi-factor authentication. What is MFA? So multi-factor authentication means setting up a external entity that will be used after you're entering username and a password that you need to provide. Without MFA, you cannot log in into your AWS account. So if you have a username and a password, then you need a certain code from a multi-factor authentication app. So you will be required a MFA to log in into your account. Suppose someone know your username and password, then they cannot log in without your AWS MFA. So this is the very required thing for a root account. And the secondly is setting up a budget alert. What is a budget alert is? So basically, if you are using a AWS services, you will be get billed for using that services. And if your monthly budget is $10, you can set a $10 budget. So if whenever you reaches the threshold of $10, you will be get notified into your Gmail, so that you can see into your AWS console what services are need to stop and what are currently running and what you forgot to stop. So let's start with a hands-on part for this demo. So you need to log in into your AWS console. So after login, you need to go to the IAM. So if you can search, you can simply search here is IAM. You can go here, and so whenever you are creating a AWS account and go to the IAM dashboard, so you will see this security recommendation from AWS only. So you need to add the MFA for your root user. So currently you are logged in as a root user, okay? And secondly is a no access key. So I will talk here about this into another video. So firstly, you have to setting up the strong password. So while creating, if you set a normal password like ABC123 etc., whatever the easy password that anyone can pretend, so you need to go to your AWS profile and click on the account. In that you can choose the action where you can update your account name or email address and the password. So this is how you can update account details like name and password email. And the secondly is we need to enable the MFA. So again search IAM, and then you can click on the add MFA. So it will redirect you to choose the MFA. You can set the device name. I am setting as a FNAQVC add SAA, and I will select the Google Authenticator. So if you know something better than that, Authenticator app. So as a Google, you can use the Google Authenticator app. You can download the Google Authenticator app into your mobile. So I will open the Google Authenticator app into my mobile so that I can scan the QR and add the multi-factor authentication into my AWS account. So click on next. You can use the other two option also, the passkey, and second is hardware TOPT token. The passkey will be saved into your browser only, into your password manager or something, and the authenticated app is something external device from your phone. Suppose someone knows your username and password, so without your phone using a Google Authenticator app, he cannot log in without your authentication code. So better to choose the Google Authenticator. So you can install the Google Authenticator, Duo Mobile, and any Authy app on your mobile device or a computer. And then you have to show the QR code. Then you need to open the Google Authenticator app. Then you will see the plus icon into it, into the bottom right section. Then click on this and click on scan a QR code. Then you need to scan the QR code like this. Okay, so after scanning, your MFA code has been visible into your Google Authenticator app. Then you have to enter the first code, which is 8978850. This is in my case. So you will see some other codes, and wait for a 30 second. You will receive another code that you need to enter in the second box. So let's wait for a 30 second. So whenever you log in into your AWS account, you enter your username, your password, Then when you log in, you will need to enter the MFA code. So this is how you can enter MFA code. So after waiting for 30 seconds, you will need to enter the second code. 223. So next click on the add MFA. So you can see you have successfully assigned a MFA device into your AWS account. So if I go to the dashboard, you can see if I refresh, the security recommendation has been gone. You have successfully configured your AWS MFA, and this is how you can secure your AWS root account also. And secondly, we have to see the setting up a budget alert. So what is budget alert? I have already told. So let's go to the, you can search simply budget, and you can see the billing and management. So this is a part of billing and management, or you can see click on the features listed as a budget. So currently I do not have any budgets, so I have created the AWS account from scratch. Now I am going to click on the create budget. So you can use the template or a customized advance. So I will show you the both option. Currently we are going to use the template version. In a template, the zero spend budget is basically you are setting a budget alert that will exceed the amount this $0.01. Whenever in a month your 0.01 threshold is going to reach, you will get notified into your email address that you have reached the zero spend budget alert, and you can set the monthly cost budget. In this video we are going to set the monthly cost budget. So you can set the name of your budget and what is your monthly budget. So if I say I am a beginner, I'm learning, so currently we are setting the budget as a $10, and if I need to add the reception for receiving the email, so I can add my email address gmail.com. So just a simple click. So this is a very simple way to create a budget. And what is the second way of creating a budget? You can click on create budget, then click on customized, and this is the recommended because we are setting a budget for cost only, not the usage or saving plan, etc. We need to check whether I am going to reach this $10 budget or not. So this is the cost focused. So select that. After that, you can see you have a step for that. So you need to enter your budget detail, budget amount, and the scope for your budget. So I will set as my budget. Okay. And we have to set up is for the monthly only. So recurring budget, and this is a fixed, and the amount should be 10. And what are other options? So there are three budgeting methods. So fixed is you can simply enter your budget amount. This is the my budget amount for monthly. And second is a planned, where you can create the planned budget for 1 month, second month, and the entire year. So this is how you can also use the budget. The lastly is the custom. It will auto adjust the budget for you. You can select the custom range. So current month forecast. So if I show you the forecasting, here you will see the forecast month end. So it will forecast the bill for you as based on the previous month or the current uses. So this will be for that only. And this is the three method of budgeting, and this is the start month of your budget from when you want to start this budget. And you can select all AWS services or whatever you want, and this will be same. And you can simply click on next, and budget amount, oh sorry, so you need to enter the budget amount. So I'm gonna select currently as a $10. So let's create, and the current budget amount is $10. So to add a reception to your AWS threshold, so whenever you reach the threshold of $10, you need to add the threshold that 80% uses of that a budgeted amount. So it will trigger the notification, and I will enter the reception email address that this uh, okay. So this is how you can enter the alerts that if I reach the 80% threshold of $10, will receive the email notification. So we click on next, so you can see what is the you have selected or added, and let's click on the create budget. So you can see my both of budget are created and both are healthy and both are monthly based. So this is how you can enable a day zero hygiene into your AWS account by enabling a root account lockdown with a strong password and the multi-factor authentication. And you can set a budget alert into your AWS account to get notified whenever you reach the budget plan of your. So as a beginner, we always find difficult to walk through with the AWS console. So in this video, I will help you to figure out your services in the AWS console as a beginner. So let's get started. So firstly, you have to enter this URL on your browser and then click on sign into console, and then you have to sign in with a root user email. Because you are not having, if you are having a IAM user, then go with the IAM user, or if you are a root user, then go with the root user. Then enter your email and write your password. And if you have set up the MFA code, then go to your authentication app and enter the MFA code. And that's all it. And you will be redirected to your AWS console, which looks like this. And don't look at this. And this is the console. And suppose you have to find out EC2 service, then you can simply write and search on. So here you can see the EC2 dashboard, and where you can find your instance running, auto scaling groups, elastic IPs attached or not, past instance in the specific region. So you can even uh, select the region also in your AWS console. And suppose you have to find S3 bucket, so you can directly write S3 and you will be getting the service here. So you don't have to find everything in this dashboard, main dashboard. You can simply search and find your service whatever you want to. And suppose you want to elastic container service, either if you have used in the past, you will get on the AWS main console page. Either you can search ECS, so you can get it here. And suppose you want to find secret manager, so you can search secret manager, so you can get it here. And that's all it. And here you can see your account info, your account ID, and your account info, console, mobile app, etc. You can sign out here. So this is the region select drop down. You can select your region, particularly if you want to use Sydney, etc. according to your use case. And this is the setting. You can select the browser default language. You can select the default language for your console, and what it is, and the theme of your application. If you want to choose light, you can choose light or dark, whichever you want. And this is the notification for your AWS console. If a service is you have set up the notification, you will get you can get it from here if you have configured or not. And this is the CLI, which is opened in AWS console for you to access your you can easily perform DNS commands. And here you can get the all services from AWS. Either you can search you according to your use case, or you can get it from here. And here you can get the application if you have created or not. And this is the all services listed by the AWS. So finally, coming to this end of this video, you can simply sign out to your AWS account. So that's it for this video. Hope this video help you as a beginner, and easily you can navigate to your AWS console. And in this video, we are going to see what is a AWS IAM, IAM user, IAM groups, and how we can create both AWS IAM user and groups, how we can add a user into group and to give certain policies. And the last is to how we can enable a multi-session support. So what is IAM? Basically stand for Identity and Access Management or AWS service, which is a global service. If you click on the IAM, if you go to the AWS console, and if you want to see whether the IAM is a global service or not, so you can see this is a global service. If you going to select the region, the all the region are logged, showing that the IAM is a global service. So whether you create a role, user, or a group, it will be shown into any region while using another AWS service. And AWS IAM is used to provide or share your AWS account within your organization, and so that anyone user or a group, suppose you have developer group or operation group, so that they can use your AWS account and perform action whatever have they have to do. And what is IAM users? IAM users basically a people within your organization who are working into your AWS organization, creating stuff for you. Suppose there is a group called developer, they have a person like A, B, C, whatever name of them. They have a certain privileges to use your AWS account. You can manage a user permission into your IAM dashboard, and you should always maintain a least privilege principle, providing only required permission. So what is IAM group now? So basically group contains people's users. Basically IAM user, and that cannot contain a groups. A group cannot contain a group. Suppose you have a multiple persons like A, B, C, and you have created a group called developer. So if you want to put all these users into developer group, you can put into a developer group. And if you want to isolate certain user, you can isolate. A user can be grouped or cannot be. This is a IAM user and a group. And let's see how we can create a IAM user and a group. And for that you need to go to your IAM dashboard. After going to AWS IAM dashboard, you will see this user tab into left side. You have to click on that. Then you can simply see the create user. So I'm gonna create the username as Amitabh, and I will provide the console access. So this is a console you are saying as a root user. And if you want to provide the console access to your IAM user, like if you have junior developer into your organization, if you want to provide the console access to them, then you can simply check this option. And if you don't want to that, then you want only the provide the CLI action, you can provide that only. And as of now, I'm gonna select the custom password, and user don't need to create the new password on login. Suppose a new joinee join your company, you want to provide access to your AWS console. So you can simply type the auto generated password or check on this. So whenever a new joinee is logging into your AWS account, then he or she will require to change the password after signing in. So currently we are not going to do that, so I'm gonna select simple password for them. So this user is going to be admin. So I will show you. So this is the thing I have created. So if you want to create a group, so you can simply create a group. So I'm gonna create the group as admin. So what the permission this user going to have? Administrator access. And I have created the user group also. Now I'm gonna select the user group to add the permission into my IAM user. So you can see the username is Amitabh and custom password, and the permission summary as we have a part of admin group. And you can also add the tag also, so you can anything you wanted to. and and click on create user. So this is how you can create the user, and you can email the sign in instruction to the new joinee. If a people have joined your AWS organization, this is how you can create a user and add a user into a group. Suppose a person is a developer, so you can directly add that person into developer group. He or she will get the permission of a developers should have into your AWS account. So if you see the, so I'm gonna continue. So you can see this is the user name, and what permission do I have? I have administrator access, which is a AWS managed, and it is attached via admin. So I have a part of admin. So if I go to the admin, we have listed a users, which is Amitabh, which have access to admin. And if I see the what policy is, a policy is basically a permission, a JSON document that listed what effect can be done into your AWS account, whether it's to create any resource, list any resource, or see a dashboard view, etc. So you can see what permission does the administrator have. So the admin have all of the services access out of 461. So currently AWS has 461 services. So the admin have all to access. And if you want to see into JSON, so basically the current version is this, a JSON document version, and you can add the statement array. So currently there is a one element which have effect allow. You are allowing action, whatever, get, list, create, destroy, whatever, and the resource entire AWS account. Basically star means all. So this is basically if you allow stars, this is admin privileges, and this is how you can create a IAM user and group into your AWS account. And if you want to log in into your IAM user, you can simply go to your dashboard and copy this sign in URL and open the incognito mode. So you cannot log in into multiple AWS account using a single browser. So AWS have noticed this issue, have a feature called multi-session support. I will show you the next after this. So you can add the IAM user name. So I have this. So whatever password I have set, so I can enter here and sign in. So this is how you can log in into your AWS IAM user. You need to provide the IAM user name and the password. How you can verify whether the IAM user or root user? You can click on the your profile name. So you will see I am user Amitabh. And if you go back to your root account, you can see I am not going to see the I am user Amitabh. So this is the root account. This is your I am user account. And if you don't like the light theme, you can select the dark. So this is your I am user. And if I go to the I am dashboard from the I am user, so here also I can see the security recommendation adding a MFA. So I have listing user permission because I have a part of the admin group. So if I remove the admin permission from this user, so what will happen? Let me show you. So if I'm gonna remove, so I'm removing this. So I have removed the permission as admin. So if I refresh this IAM user, I'm not gonna see the any user listed because the access is denied to see the content of IAM users. And if you want to add only a list user permission, then go to your root account, click on add permission. So you can simply add the user into group or attach the policy, and you can select the IAM. So you can select the IAM read only access. So the user can only read the IAM dashboard, cannot perform any action. It cannot create any resources. And if you want to create the inline policy, so you can click on the add permission and click on inline policy. So you can select the service here. So if you want to select the IAM, so I'm gonna select the IAM and what permission I have to do. So if I want to see only list user, so list user, so you can see I have allowed only list user. This is how you can allow the permission into your AWS IAM user. And you can also write the JSON. So you can see the ID is this effect we are allowing as action as a listing user, and the resource is entire AWS account. And then click on next, and if you can whatever policy you want, so you can name the policy, my policy, whatever you want, and all resources. limited as a list only. So you can see I have created the custom policy which have only the permission to list user into your IAM. So currently I cannot see any user. So if I refresh, I can only see the user listed here. I cannot perform any action into your IAM dashboard. Currently I can only see number of user into IAM dashboard. And if you want to verify whether the IAM user cannot create anything, so just click on IAM user, click on create user, then add anything like admin, and if you click on next, so you can see I do not have permission to create a user. I have only permission to list, so I have got the access denied error. So this is how you can create a AWS IAM user and the group and enable a policies into your AWS users and group to provide the list privileges. And the next I want to show you that how you can use a single browser as a logging to multiple AWS account. So currently we are using the incognito mode. So I'm gonna close this incognito mode and I want to use IAM user into the same browser. So how you can do? You can simply click on your AWS username profile, and here you can see the turn on multi-session support, and you just have to click on that. So your multi-session support has been enabled. Now you can log in into multiple AWS account, not only the IAM user. If you have a different AWS account ID, still you can log in into a different account into single browser. Simultaneously, you can perform certain tasks, whatever you want. Don't need to use a incognito mode or a private window or a certain another browser. So this is AWS has provided. Let me show you how you can do that. So it required me to sign in again. So this is the my root account, and if I go to the dashboard, so this is the user I have, and currently we have admin group. So go to your IAM dashboard, you can create a alias for AWS account. So I'm gonna create FNQVC QVC. So whenever I go to sign in, I will see this kind of URL, not the account ID. So after creating alias, click on your username. So you have to click on username, and you can see the multi-session support is now enabled. Then click on add session. So it will be redirect to login into your AWS IAM user. So you can add the IAM user name, then add the admin password. So you can now access the multiple AWS account into your single web browser. Don't need to manage any incognito or anything. So currently I do not have access to list the application as I have removed the admin privileges. So I'm gonna add the privileges of admin into my IAM user. So let me add permission. Click on add permission, add user to group. So I have added the permission. I'm gonna delete this permission. Okay. So if I refresh, so I will have the admin access again. So I can see anything, whatever I have to see. So this is how you can enable the multi-session support also. And if I'm going to see the IAM dashboard, I'm not gonna see any access denied error. So if I see the user, so you can see, so I can see everything. I have the admin privileges. So this is the root user and this is the IAM user. So you can verify, you can see the IAM user, and this is the session. So you can also turn off the session support also, or you can add the multiple session also. So this is how you can enable a multi-session support. And now you can create IAM user and group. You can attach policies into your IAM user and group. You can use multiple AWS account. And in this video, we are going to learn about AWS IAM policies, and we are going to cover what is AWS IAM policy and types of policies, and what is IAM policy inheritance concept, and what is IAM policy structure, how to create a policy, and how to test a policy created in a policy simulator tool without actually creating a policy in a production environment. So let's start with the video. So what is AWS IAM policy is? Basically, AWS IAM policy is a JSON document. We specify the version ID and statements, and it specifies the permission, defining what the actions are allowed or denied on a specific AWS resources, and it is attached to IAM identity, user role group, and can be attached to AWS resources also. And it is a mechanism that is very useful for a administrator to use and create a policy with a list privileges permission. And what are types of IAM policy is? So basically there are three types of policies. First is identity based policy, which contains managed policy and inline policy. And second is a resource based policy, and third is a service control policy. So basically identity based policy is attached to user group and role, and we have in that a managed policy. A managed policy can be a AWS managed or a customer managed. So while creating a policy, I will show you what is a AWS managed policies, and secondly is a inline policy. So you can create a policy directly using a JSON document, and you can specify whatever permission you want to provide. So what is a resource-based policy is? A resource-based policy is directly attached to AWS resources, can be a EC2 S3, defining what actions are allowed to do with a services and what they can do. And lastly is a service control policy, SCP, which is a AWS organization concept, and it is used in AWS organization to provide a permission to members of a AWS organization. And what is IAM policy inheritance? Basically, if you are a part of a developer group and your administrator allows some policies to a developer group, so all the member in a developer group going to receive that policy and going to have that permission. And if I show you with a diagram, then they suppose this is a developer group and you have a user. Okay, so these are multiple developers in a developer group. Okay, so this is a developer group in your IAM. So if currently the developers have a permission called to list IAM user, so they can only list. And in a future, if I add a administrator access to developer, so all the user in a developer group going to receive that administrator access indirectly. So this is the inheritance, that if a developer group have attached a permission, then all the users are going to receive that permission. And what is a IAM policy structure? Basically, how to write a AWS IAM policy. What is a pattern, a blueprint, how to write it? So it contains basically three components. First is a version, second is ID, third is a statement. So version is basically a policy language version, which is currently is 2012 and 10 and 17. So this is the version that is using and everywhere in a policy. So this is a common thing. And second is ID, which is optional for identifier for the policy. And third is a statement. Statement is a required array of individual permission statement, and it consists the main thing, which is a statement ID, which is optional, you can mention and you can not also. And what is the effect, whether you are allowing or denying access to specify action and resources. By default access is denied. So what is the principle? So required in a resource-based policy, not in identity-based. So it is basically specifies the entity, can be user, service, or another AWS account that is allowed or denied access to the AWS resources. And what is the actions? What are the API calls you are going to create? Can be a list bucket or creating an instance or starting an instance. So these are the API you are going to call. And what are the resources? You can mention the star for the all AWS resources created in your AWS account, or you can specifically mention the ARN of that resource so that it can only apply to that AWS resource. And what is the condition? So it defines the specific circumstances under which the policy statements is in effect, such as a time of a day or the source of IP address of the request. Suppose if I am requesting from my computer, then only this policy going to be take effect and apply. So you can add the condition also, which is optional. So statement ID and the condition is optional, and this is the sample IAM policy. So this is the version which is a common in every JSON policy, and this is the sample ID I have taken, and this is the statement array. So this is the first element of the array. We are making the statement ID, and effect we are allowing, and principal we are allowing a AWS account, and this is the account ID of them, and this is the action we are allowing. This is a get object or put object. So user can make the API call of get object and put object, and the resources we are mentioning, this is the bucket, and this only you have access to it. And the condition we are making that multi-factor auth should be present and the IP address should be this. So this is the policy structure of IAM. And if we talk about how to create a policy, so go to your AWS account. In that, go to your IAM service, and in that go to users and select your created user. And if you don't have a created, so you can create watching my previous video, and you can see there is a button called add permission. So you can add a permission of AWS manage. So you can also create a group. So I have shown you that if you can create a group, so creating a group is better to provide a same permission to multiple users. And this is a very basic best practices for AWS IAM. You can create a group from here and you can give the permission to group, suppose if you want. So I'm going to create a developer group, and I'm going to provide only the IAM read only access. Okay, IAM read. So this access I'm going to provide the developer group. So I have created a group. So I'm going to attach the user with a developer group which have only a permission to list the IAM contain or read. So let's create it, and we are attaching that permission to developer. And this user Amitabh has a permission called IAM read only access. So this is the permission which is have come from a developer group. And if you want to see a JSON document of that, how does the permission look like? So this is the JSON document where this is the version which is a common, and the ID is optional. As I have told you, the statement ID is also optional. So you can make a multiple array of this element. So in that, the effect is allow, and action we are generating credential report, get, and the star whatever. So star means whatever the API call start with a get, and the list also, and simulate custom policy and resource the entire AWS account created resource. So this is a JSON document we have get by AWS IAM managed policy. And if we want to create a inline policy, then go to your AWS IAM, and in that go to your AWS user, then click on add permission, then create a inline policy. In that you can directly write a JSON. If you want to write a JSON document, you can simply click on JSON. So here you can add the effect and action resources by typing, and you can add multiple array of statement. So this is how you can write it. And if you don't want to write, you can have a option this. So you can simply select. So still I'm gonna select the IAM, and in that I'm gonna add a only a list user. So list user. So the resource is all resources. Okay, and I'm gonna create it. So the policy is my policy. Okay, so this is the policy I have created. So currently we have two permission to Amitabh user, and first one is come from a developer group, and second one is created by me, which is the inline policy. So if I show you the policy JSON document, you can see this is the version, and this statement has one array of element, which is a statement ID is this effect we are allowing, and the action is only to a list user, and the resource is entire AWS account created resources. So let's test whether the policies are working or not. So go to your dashboard and copy this sign in URL, and after that click on your username and turn on multi-session support. So using this you can add multiple session on, you can log in into multiple AWS accounts. So after that you have to click again on that username and add session. So this will open a login page. So what is my alias? So my alias is Amitabh DevOps, and username is Amitabh, and password is, so this is the admin password, and I have entered and log it into my IAM user. So currently I have a part of developer group and a custom policy. So you can see I don't have permission to list application. And if I go to IAM dashboard, so if I go to the users, so I have permission to list users. And if I remove that permission from my root account, so I'm gonna remove that permission. So I'm gonna remove all two permissions. So if I remove it, so I have removed the permission from my IAM user. I refresh this page. So you can see I don't have the access to it. So this is how you can create a policy and attach to AWS IAM user. And we are going to attach that policy again to my user. So you can click on IAM user. So I'm gonna add it to developer and admin both group. So admin access, as I've shown, this have a around 462 services access. And what is the AWS IAM Policy Simulator? Basically, AWS IAM Policy Simulator is a tool that allow you to test your created policy in sandbox environment created by AWS without testing your IAM policy in a production environment in a real AWS account, where you can select IAM user, role or group and simulate a specific AWS action. Suppose you have created a policy for the list user. So you can select that policy and run a simulation where you can select to list the user or a certain action allowed in IAM. So it will show the allowed and denied status, whether the action is allowed or not in within that policy. So I will show you the demo of that. So for that, come to this URL. You can type this or I will provide into the description. So it will ask you to log in if you didn't log in into your AWS account. So here you can select a user, group or role. So currently I'm gonna select the user created, which is Amitabh. And you can see the read-only access is coming from the developer group and the administrator access is coming from the admin group. So for now, I'm gonna select only the read-only access to show you how you can perform the simulation. So from here, I'm gonna search the identity and access management. So this is the IAM. So here, so from select action, you can select a list user. So I'm gonna select the list user action. So let me select it and I can run the simulation. So you can see I have a permission to list the user, and at the same place if I select the EC2, okay, so let's close it, and at the same place if I select to EC2, and if I select any action, suppose a create a subnet and run the simulation, so you can see the access is denied with the IAM read only access. So I have access to read a IAM dashboard only, not to create anything or read anything apart from the IAM. This is a policy simulator, a very useful tool to test your created IAM policy before going into your AWS real production environment. The policy simulator is a very useful tool that helps you to identify which actions are allowed or denied within a created IAM policy which you have written or created by AWS Manage. Suppose you want to create some resources and you have created an IAM policy and attached to your IAM user, but in production environment the user cannot create it. So before that you can test a policy in this environment so that in a production the user don't face any issues. In this video, we are going to learn about AWS password policy. If you are a cloud administrator, DevOps engineer, or a AWS customer, then this setting is very useful for you and you should know it by default. So for that, log into your AWS account, go to your IAM service, and in that, click on account setting, and you can see the password policy. You can see what it is. You can set a password policy on your AWS account to specify complexity requirement and mandatory rotation period for your AWS IAM user password. Basically, if you are creating a AWS IAM user and you don't want that user should have a 8 character password length, you want a 14 character length or whatever you want. And if you want a password strength should be more stronger and other requirements should be changed. So for that, click on edit and you can see this custom button. Then click on that and you can see you can set a password limit. So I can set the 14. So 14 is the best practices to have a minimum length of password and the password strength. So the password should contain at least one uppercase and one lowercase and require at least one number. If you don't check this option, then you can not have any number in your password. So check this option and you require a non-alphanumeric password character, then check this option and you can set a password expiration. Suppose you want user should create a new password after 90 days. So you can enter a 90 days here. After 90 days, the user have to create the password again and you can set the expiration requires administrator reset. So after expiration, the user have to request administrator to create it and you can also check this option on untick this option so that user can then change their own password and you can also check the prevent password reuse. Suppose if you enter a 14, then the AWS remember a 14 previous password of a user and the user cannot use that a previous password also. So for now, I am gonna check these options and save the changes. So I have saved the changes. So now the IAM user should have a 14 characters and this password strength and the password expiration is also set. So if I go to users and try to create a user and provide the management console access. So you can see the password must be at least 14 character, one uppercase, lowercase and one number and one non-alphanumeric character. So this is how you can set a password policy and as an administrator this is a very useful setting. So from now whatever user I create this a password policy is going to be enforced and the user have to create their own password with a 14 character long, not less than 14 character. And this is how you can use a password policy. If you are a cloud administrator, you can set the policy as every IAM user should have this password pattern. And in this video, we are going to learn about AWS IAM roles and we are going to cover about what is IAM role, what is a service role and what are other types of IAM role apart from the service role and how to create it and how to use it in your AWS services. So without any delay, let's get started. So what is a IAM role? Basically, IAM role is identity that you create in your AWS account that has a specific permission, what they can do or cannot do. It is similar to IAM user that has a specific permission policy to perform what they can do or they cannot do. So similarly is IAM role is and a service role is a role which is assumed by a services in your AWS account. Suppose a EC2 want to perform some action on your behalf, then you can create a service role and attach it to EC2 and on your behalf, the EC2 can perform the action which is defined in your permission policy. So let's start with the hands-on part. So for that, log in into your AWS account. In that, go to your IAM service, and in that, go to your IAM roles. So this is a role which is you can read here. An IAM role is an identity that you can create that has a specific permission with a credential that are valid for a short duration. So it is a temporary based credential. So roles can be assumed by entity that you trust. So entity can be your IAM user, services, can be EC2, S3, and your application also. So for creating a IAM role, click on the create role. So these are type of entities in your IAM role. So this is a service role and this is a AWS account. So you are providing access to AWS account to perform your action in your AWS account. So you can attach this also or web identity and this SAM 2.0 federation or a custom trusted policy. In this video, we are going to create the AWS service role. So we are creating a service for suppose EC2. So we are creating a EC2 service role. So we are selecting the use case as the EC2. Click on next. In that what a EC2 can perform, you can attach the policy. For now, I'm gonna attach as a administrator. So let's click on next and you can provide a name of your service role. So I will write as a EC2 my role. Okay, we are allowing to assume the role to the service and have a administrator access. So you can create the role. So you can see a role created. You can simply search. Okay. So this is the role I have created. So this is how you can create a role which is a service role in your AWS account, and how to use it we will going to cover in another video. In this video, we will see how you can attach an IAM role to the EC2 instance to provide a temporary access to perform any action to other AWS services. So it is a very useful way and the best practices that AWS recommend to use the IAM role, not the secret key and the ID that you create from the IAM users. So this is a video that I have mentioned in a past video of AWS SSA series, where I have mentioned that I will create a video how you can attach an IAM role to the EC2 instance. So this is this video. So idea is that we will launch an EC2 instance and we will connect to that EC2 instance with using the EC2 instance connect, and later on we will see how you can access the S3 bucket. So initially we do not have any permission to use the S3 bucket. So we will do the AWS S3 LS, see whether the S3 access is allowed to that EC2 instance to perform access with a AWS S3 bucket. Later on, we will create an IAM role and attach that IAM role to the EC2 instance, and we will see the difference before and after. So let's launch the EC2 instance. So I will launch the EC2 instance, IAM instance profile. And if you don't know how to create an EC2 instance, you can watch the previous videos, and we will select the Ubuntu and we will keep the same T2 micro, and we will not using the key pair as we will use the EC2 instance connect. So we will connect the EC2 instance on the browser only, and there is an HTTP access and the 15 GB of this storage, and we will launch the EC2 instance. And after that, whenever the EC2 instance is running, we will connect the EC2 instance and we will check whether we have access to the S3 bucket or not. So let's wait to EC2 instance to be active. It is now running. We will connect that EC2 instance using the EC2 instance connect. And this is the public IP. We will connect that. And once the EC2 instance is ready, we will check whether we have access to AWS S3 or any other services you want to work with. You can check accordingly. And for now, if we run the AWS S3 LS, you can see we have to first install the AWS CLI. So we will install the AWS CLI. So this is a short way to install the AWS CLI. You can install from the browser also. Browser ones is recommended, not this one. So install from the browser. And once AWS CLI is installed, we will check whether we have access to the S3 buckets. So let's see. So you can see we cannot have the access to S3 bucket as we have not created any secret. We do not have created the AWS login. We have not done the AWS configure with the secret ID and the secret key. So if you want to provide a temporary access to the EC2 instance to communicate with other services and perform action within that, so for that we create an IAM role and attach to EC2 instance, and it will get to access that service and you can perform the action accordingly. So for that, we will create an IAM role. So click on roles in IAM dashboards and create role. So we are using the AWS service. So we are allowing the EC2 perform actions in this account. So use case will be the EC2 and click on next. And here we have to attach an S3 bucket. So we will create S3 full access, and if you want to provide read only, you can provide the read only also. And if you want to perform full access, you can select any permission and click on next, and this rule will be IAM Instance Profile S3. So this will be my IAM role name, and in the IAM trusted entities we have the EC2 instance. So this is assumed by the EC2 instance, not other than that, and the policy we have provided is the S3 full access. Click on create role, and once the role is created, we will go to the EC2 instance created we have. Now we will click on action. In action, we have to go to the security. In security, we have the option modify IAM role. Click on that, and here you will get an option to select the EC2 IAM role, whichever you have created. So you can see we have created this IAM role. We will select this and update the IAM role. And you can see we have attached the IAM role to the EC2 instance. Now the EC2 instance is able to communicate with the S3 bucket. It can perform any access related to the S3 as we have provided the full access of the S3. So now again we will check the AWS S3 LS. So now we will get the list of bucket that we have in our AWS account. So this is a way that you can provide a temporary access to the EC2 of any services that you want. This is just an example of the S3 bucket, and this is a promise that I have made in a past video to cover this in a future video, so that I have done. So you can use for any other services that you want. If you want to create for the EKS service, ECS service, you can easily provide the temporary access to the EC2 instance using the IAM role, and which is also known as instance profile. If you attach the EC2 instance, and you can delete the IAM role accordingly if you don't have to use that. So you can simply uh, destroy the EC2 instance. You can terminate the EC2 instance, and for the created role, you can search the role that you have created. You can select it and click on delete. So this is how you can create an IAM role attached to EC2 instance and delete it accordingly. So we have terminated the EC2 instance and deleted the IAM role also. In this video, we are going to learn about AWS Security Tool, and we are going to cover about the AWS Credential Report Access Advisor, which is renamed as the last access. So without any delay, let's get started. Basically, IAM Security Tool helps you to control access with the features like Access Analyzer, which is used to identify overprivileged access. And secondly is a credential report, which is auditing a user credential, whether the user have the created the access keys, MFA status, their password, or etc. things. And last is a IAM Access Advisor, which is known as last access now, which show the last used permission of that user or role. We are not covering the access analyzer in this video because in that there is a lot more to cover. The access analyzer will come as a separate video. In this video, we are covering the credential report and access advisor only. So what is a credential report? Basically, account level report detailing user credential, password, keys, MFA status for the security audits. And to creating it, go to your IAM console. So this is the IAM dashboard. In that you will see the access report where you can find the access analyzer. So for credential report, click on the credential report. So to download the credential report, you just have to click on the button and after that download it. And this is basically your access sheet. It will show you the user names, ARN, user created, password, whether is there is a password or not, when the password last has been created, MFA is active or not, and whether the access key is created or not for that user. So this is a credential report that you can generate with your AWS account. For that, you have to go to your AWS IAM console and you can simply create, and for audit purpose you can create whether the access key is created or not. You can report it and generate a report in your organization to provide to your senior whether the users are active or not, they are performing their task or also not. And secondly is the access advisor, which is now known as the last access. And what it is, basically it shows the last access services for users and roles, helping remove the unused permission, enabling the least privileges. So it will show you the user have access these services from a last days or whatever the last access of the services from the user, it will show. So if the user is not using the EC2 from the long time, then the user don't need to access that EC2 permission, so you can remove that permission from that user. So because the user is not required to use the EC2, and if by mistakenly you have provided the EC2 access, you can remove after it by looking into your last access. So to see that, you can simply go to your users, and it is applicable to users and role only. So click on user, whatever you have to see. In that you can see the tab last access. It is a access advisor only. Now it is renamed as the last access. So it will show the Amitabh user have uses this resources when and which resources or services he is not using. So you can identify that and remove that permission for that user, so that you have enabling the least privileges in your organization. So last access information shows the services that this user can access and when those services were last accessed. Review this data to remove unused permission. So this is recommended by AWS also. So AWS S3 is last access today, a free tier access today with a permission from the administrator access, because Amitabh is a part of admin group which have the administrator access. So this is the services I have used yesterday, and you can go to second tab. So you can see the user have not accessed the service called App Runner Alexa for Fitness. So the administrator can remove the permission from this user because this is not accessed by the user from a long time. Similarly, you can turn the pages and see which services are used by the user or not, and to remove that you can simply remove the permission from the user. And this is about AWS credential report and the access advisor. In this video, we are going to learn about AWS IAM best practices. So till now, we have covered the IAM user role, groups, and access keys, CLI, and all stuff. So now let's understand what are the best practices of using the AWS IAM. So without any delay, let's get started. So what are IAM best practices? So here are the key IAM best practices and the guideline that I have written for you. I will provide in the description of this video also. So let's understand one by one. First is avoid the root user for the daily operation. Use it only for the essential account setup task. So using the root user for creating the user, creating the EC2 instances, creating the S3 buckets, it is not recommended by the AWS. For that you have to create the IAM user, and from that you have to create the resources. So for the daily purpose, you don't need to use the root user. Use the root user only for initial setup, like creating your main users, so that you can initially set up your AWS account with the root user, not for a daily operation. And secondly is to enable the multi-factor authentication for all users, so no one else can access your AWS account, especially for the root account. To enable the MFA is mandatory, so that the other user if get your AWS username and password, still they cannot access your AWS account. So that is the best practices. And third is to apply the principle of least privilege and granting only the necessary permission for a task, because managing a multiple permission at the same time can be a complex for you as an administrator. So initially start applying the least privilege only. If a user have to access the EC2, then provide only the EC2 access, not the administrator or other access. Okay. And fourth is to use the IAM role for AWS services and across account access instead of long-term access keys. As in a previous video, we have covered the access keys. So it is a long step to create the user. In that, you have to create the access keys and you have to store. If lost the access keys, you cannot access your AWS account. Then you have to create another access key. So for that, and using for AWS services and cross account access, you have to use the AWS IAM role. So IAM role also we have covered in the previous videos. And fifth is using a temporary credential wherever possible to minimize the risk of compromised long-term keys. If anyone knows your access key, then they can easily access your AWS account and misuse your AWS account. So make sure you are following these IAM best practices. And the next is to assign the permission to groups and role, not the individual user, to simplify the management and scale. Suppose you are working in top MNC, there is a lot of user and the developer group or the operation group. Then providing the permission to individual user is very manual work and hectic for you and can make a complex work for you. So add that user into groups based on their roles and assign the permission to that group only. Okay, so this help you to minimize your work. This will simplify the management at scale also. And the next is to implement the strong password policy with length, complexity and a rotation requirement. As in a previous video, we have covered the password policy where we have recommended to use the strong password for your AWS IAM user with a strong length and the complexity and the rotation expiration. So this is also recommended by AWS. And the next is the rotate access keys regularly. So after creating access keys, don't forget that you have to delete it and recreate after a certain periods. Don't use the AWS access keys for a long time. And the next is to monitor and audit all IAM activities using the credential report and the access advisor, CloudTrail and the access analyzer. So as in a previous video, we have covered the credential report, access advisor, and CloudTrail is basically is to used to show you the API call made from your AWS account, which resources has been used. So you have to monitor what are the services has been used by AWS account. So you should monitor your AWS IAM activities, whether they are creating the unused resources or unnecessary resources. So you can manage and monitor them also. And the next is to regularly review and remove the unused users role and permission to reduce the attack surface. As if you are using the credential report and the access analyzer and the access advisor, so you can see from the access advisor, which is now renamed as the last access. So you can see the user has used that service or not. So from that you can remove the unused permission from that user or role. And the next is to implement the service control policy within AWS organization to set the permission guardrail across all account. Basically this is a IAM policy only that you use to apply the permission in AWS organization. Basically in AWS organization, you manage the multiple AWS account and organizational unit. So make sure you implement the service control policy after creating a AWS organization. And the last is to never share your IAM users created access keys or any sensitive information, because if someone get your access keys, then they can easily access your AWS account. There your MFA will not work. If they get the access key ID and the secret, they can easily access your AWS account and misuse your AWS account, that you have to suffer with the losses and the lot of bill. So these are the best practices of IAM. I hope you follow these best practices and apply into your organization. So what is the permission boundary for the IAM entities?
As in previous video, we have already covered how to create user and how to attach the identity based policy and the manage policy to that user. In this video, we are covering the permission boundary for the IAM entities as it's supported by the AWS. And a permission boundary is an advanced feature for using a managed policy to set the maximum permission to the identity based policy can grant to IAM entities, as you have set a permission as an administrator to the user, but you want to restrict that user to only get access to create the IAM user, not anything that. So you can attach the manage policy as a permission boundary to that user so that it cannot use anything. An entity permission boundary allow it to perform only the action that are allowed by both identity based policy and its permission boundary. The permission between those, the common permission between permission boundary and the identity based policy that is attached to the user is the effective permission that you can say. And if I show you how to identify what is the effective permission, so suppose this is a identity based policy that you have attached to the user, and this is the permission that you have set as a boundary for that user. So the permission lie between this section is a effective permission that going to apply to that user, not other than that permission going to apply on that user, and the permission is will be effective permission. Suppose as in identity based policy you have given the suppose administrator permission, and in a boundary you have said that only you can read the IAM user. So all the permission that is common in both of them, that will be a effective permission that is going to apply on that user. So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So for the hands-on part, let's go to the AWS console. So I have logged in as a root account because the root account has a much more permission than the administrator IAM account. So currently I'm going to apply the permission boundary to the Amitabh user. As you can see, the Amitabh is administrator access by the group in admin. So let's set a permission boundary. So you can see you can attach a manage policy to the user as a permission boundary. So I will only add as a IAM read only access. So user can only read the IAM dashboard, not other than that. As Amitabh has administrator access, so Amitabh can create resources, destroy resources. That is a part of that manage policy. But if you set the permission as a read only access, so what are this permission is a common between both, that will be taken effect as a permission for that IAM user. So I will set the permission as IAM read only access. So if I log in as IAM user Amitabh, so you can check here is I'm Amitabh as a IAM user, and if I refresh this page, the permission boundary is going to apply on me as if I refresh it completely. Okay, you can see I'm getting access denied on other services. So is a so you can see the permission boundary in my IAM user. So let's try to create a user, whether I can create a user or not. So let's create a user. So let's next, and I will add in a developer group, next, and create user. So you can see the Amitabh, the IAM user is not authorized to perform IAM create user because the permission boundary doesn't allow us to create a user using the Amitabh as IAM user. So this is how you can use the permission boundary for the IAM user and the roles. And if you want to remove that permission boundary, you cannot remove as Amitabh user as it has the permission as an administrator, but as we have attached the permission boundary, so effective permission which is lie as IAM read only access, so it will take an effect. You cannot even remove the permission boundary, as I will show you. So you can see if I remove the boundary, I will get a permission boundary deny error. So you have to log in as a root account. So this is a root account, and you can simply remove the boundary. Now you can see I have removed the boundary, and I will refresh this IAM user, and let's refresh again. So it will take the effect of administrator access. So I got the permission as an administrator. Now if I try to create a user, so simply go to user and create. So I will add as a test. I will add a developer group, create user. So you can see the user has been created. In this video, we are going to learn about AWS organization, and we will cover what is a AWS organization, what is the organization structure, and the concept of invitation and the handshake, and what are the organization policy we can attach to organization members. So what is a AWS organization? Basically, it is a global service of AWS that used to manage multiple AWS account. Suppose you are a part of organization where you have to manage multiple teams like a development, testing, and the DevOps, and the each team has a AWS account. So you can categorize them in a group in a AWS organization, and accordingly add them in a AWS account. So it is used for that. And what is the organization structure? How the hierarchy is maintained? So basically, we have the organization and the root account and the organization unit and the AWS account. Basically, organization, what you create, like if you are a part of XX company, that is your organization, and collection of AWS account that you can manage. As I said, you have to manage multiple AWS account in an organization. So each organization consists of a management account, the main account that have access of everything, and zero or more member account, basically a AWS account, a particular user account. Like if uh, Aman has a part of development team, then Aman has a separate AWS account. So basically that is a member account, and zero or more organizational units, and zero or more policy. So what is a root in a organization? A administrative root is a contained in a management account and is the starting point of your organization, your AWS account. So every organization has a root. Suppose you are a part of organization and the task is to create a organization. So using the AWS account, you create a AWS organization. It will be a root account and it will also a management account. So AWS by default create a root as a main, like in Linux we have slash as a root directory similar to that. So everything start from the root. If you apply anything to root, so by default will be applied to all inside contain like a member account organizational unit. And what is the organizational unit? Basically a group. Like suppose you have the development team, testing team, and test team. So you can categorize them and add a member in every group and the category. So it is to use to maintain a hierarchy in an organization. And what is the AWS account? You know the AWS account you use. This is the AWS account, and you have two accounts, two types of account in organization. Basically, the management account, the account used to create organization and have the access of everything. It can attach policy, enable integration with the support of multiple AWS services, remove accounts from organization. So the account used to create a AWS organization is a management account, and the member account is a normal AWS account that we are adding in a organization unit. Is like which account we are using. It will be a part of that organization as a member account. Okay, now we have the example structure. So let's imagine it. So we created organization. So this is the hierarchy of the organization. So it is a structure. So we will start from the root. The root is created. When you create organization, it is by default created for every organization. And we have the management account, the account which is used to create a AWS organization. It can attach policy, remove AWS account, invite AWS account to be part of this organization. And this dev OU, test OU, and the prod OU is an organizational unit, basically a group of AWS member accounts. So you can add multiple member account in multiple organizational unit based on the requirement they have. And using this structure, you can maintain multiple AWS account. Suppose you have 1,000 AWS account, then creating multiple IAM user. This is going to be very difficult for you. So you can use AWS account and provide access to multiple AWS account to your organization. So this structure is very easy to understand. And next is the concept of invitation and the handshake. Suppose you created a AWS organization and you want to invite some other AWS account to be part of that organization. So you can simply use the alias of that account and the account ID and send the invitation. So this is a invitation concept of the AWS organization. And what is a handshake? Handshake is the secure exchange of information between two AWS account, a sender and the reception in an organization. Okay. And what is our organization policy? As in a previous video, we have already seen the IAM policy, how we attach IAM policy to the users to get access of multiple services and deny use of services. So similar to that, you can use the service control policy, resource control policy, and the tag policy. And there is a lot more to use in AWS organization. This has a separate policy that you have to enable in an organization. And service control policy, basically you can use a member account or organization unit to provide, suppose you have to provide only IAM read only access. So you can create a IAM JSON document and attach it to the member account or the organization unit. Similar to that we have done in IAM policy video. So that is our organization policy. In this video we are going to do the hands-on with a service control policy only. You can try out both other two and the remaining part of the organization policy. So that's a quick overview of the AWS organization. I hope you understand it. Let's move to the hands-on part. So you can simply log into your AWS account. So this is my AWS IAM account. Now I'm not using the root account. So go to the AWS organization. You can simply search AWS organization, and this screen will be loaded. Centrally manage your multi-account environment as you scale your AWS resources. As I said, if you are growing your organization, then you have to manage multiple things. So you can use AWS account. So let's click on create organization. So consideration of a management account. So this account will be used as a management account. So let's create an AWS account. So you can see this is a very easy step. You can simply click on create organization and it will be created. As you can see, we have the root as a main hierarchy first step, like we have seen here. So this is a root, and this is a management account, the account I'm using. Now if you want to create organization unit, how you do? So let's click on action. Now if you want to create organizational unit, so first you have to click on root, and here we have the action and the create new organizational unit. Suppose I want to create a dev team. So this is a dev team I'm creating organizational unit. And now again I have to create one another organizational unit. Suppose prod team. So this is the organizational unit. And if we go to AWS account, so everything is the part of root, not other than that. So everything will be, if I apply the any access to the root, so it is automatically applied to every contain and the account available in the organization within that root. So this is how we can create a organizational unit. And talking about adding external AWS account, you can simply click on add AWS account, and you can even create a AWS account, like you can give a AWS account name and the email of your user. Suppose a new member has joined your organization, you can ask him or her for that email, and you can simply create a role and attach it and provide the access to your AWS organization. For now, we will use the invite an existing AWS account, as I have multiple AWS accounts. So click hmm. So this is the second AWS account which I am going to use to add in my organization. So I will copy the account ID, and now I will paste here. And you, if you want to provide the message, you can include and click on send invitation. So you can see invitation is sent. The concept we have seen here, like invitation, and you will receive a email. And if you want to accept the invitation, let's refresh this AWS account. So you can see I will get the pending invitation to accept. So this is the management account name. This is the email address of the management account. This is the organizational ID. So I will accept the invitation. Now you can see I'm the part of AWS organization, and I currently I have full access to AWS account. So whatever I perform now, it will be a performed in the AWS organization, not in my personal AWS account. So okay. So now if I refresh this page, this is the main AWS account. You will see the Amitabh hyphen SAA, the second AWS account which we have added. So you can see the account name. So you have seen how we can create organizational unit and add a external AWS account. Suppose you want to move Amitabh SSA in a prod team. So how will you do? So click on that account and you can see the option move. So I want to move the Amitabh in a prod team. So you can see there is an option. You can simply move it. And now if again I'm go to routes access, so you can see in a prod team, I have moved the Amitabh in a prod team. So this is how you can move the accounts in multiple organizational unit. So now we are going to see how we can attach a policy to the or AWS organization and the organizational unit and multiple AWS member account. So this is a service control policy. So we are going to only use service control policy in this video. So click on the enable it, and now we have the full access in this policy. Now we will create a policy and test whether this account is working as an organizational part or the separate AWS account. So let's name it as IAM list user access. Now we will add a statement. Our service will be IAM and the action will be list user, okay, and the resource will be all resources, and we will add the version, okay, version, okay. So this is done, so JSON error will be gone, and click on create policy. So you can see we have created a policy as we are providing only the list user access to the AWS account. So now we have to attach this policy to the prod team. Suppose as Amitabh is a part of prod team, so we want to attach this policy to the prod team. So click on prod team. You can see the policy tab. Now here you can remove first the full access, as if it is a part of full access, then we can access anything in that account. Hmm. So first we have to attach it, then only we can remove it. So click on it and attach it. So in action you can, in policy you can attach it, and now we can remove this policy. So you can see currently we have only the IAM list user access, and this is a by default attached from the root, so it doesn't matter. Now we will refresh this. You can see we will get the error as it is only have access to the list user, not to perform anything. So it is a part of organization. Now you can see still we will receive the error as we only have to list user. If I go to here, you can see even I'm not able to list the user, but it is working. As you can see, we have attached the organization as service control policy. Now if we modify this list user policy as to full access, like if we select the IAM and all action, so now if we go to save changes and refresh this, let's refresh again. Oh, it is denying. We have to allow. Sorry, sorry. So let's allow it and now save changes. Now, if we refresh it, so you can see we can easily list the user. Previously, we are denying to use anything, and now you can see we can use the policy. If again I am checking to remove this all resources and save the changes. Okay, okay. So we have to do what? Remove the this. Okay. Now save the changes.
So you can see we have the effect as allow and only the action as a list user, not other than that. And if I refresh this page, so we can list the user, not other than that. If we create a user, like for example, test 2 and click on next, and you can see I am not getting anything. So this is how you can create a AWS organizational unit, and the add a multiple AWS account, external AWS account, and you can even create it and attach a policy to the organizational unit or a particular member account. So this is how you can use AWS organization in your organization. Now, if you want to see how you can delete everything that we have created, first we have to remove the member account, as we have the Amitabh SSA in this account. So we can simply remove this member account. So now we can easily go to the setting, and now we can on delete organization, and we have to type this ID, click on this, and you can see this is how you can even delete the organization. And if I refresh this page, so I will be kicked out from the organization. Now I am not a part of AWS organization. So you can see, so this is how AWS organization works. In this video, we are going to learn about AWS IAM Identity Center. We will see what is the Identity Center and how to use it with a hands-on. So what is the AWS IAM Identity Center? Basically, it connects your existing identity provider and streamline workforce user access to AWS. Suppose you have multiple AWS account in your workforce, you are running a company and you have a multiple AWS account considering developer, tester, deploy, engineer. So you can provide a single sign in to all the AWS account, so that you don't need to sign in multiple time and you have to manage all the stuff in a centralized manner. Like it is a central hub where you can manage your all the AWS account with a single sign in on. Previously, Identity Center is known as the single sign in on. So it will provide a capability to sign in only once, and you will get access to all the AWS account that you wanted to use. So this is a IAM Identity Center. It is also a single place where you can manage your workforce access to multiple AWS account that I have told you. So you have to enable the IAM Identity Center. Then you have to configure your identity provider, whether it is Okta or Microsoft Active Directory or an inbuilt IAM Identity Center, which is known as IAM Store. After that, you can streamline access to multiple AWS managed application. You can even manage the multiple AWS account that we have seen a scenario like you have to manage multiple account. You can provide a single sign in on that. If you sign in to the browser, now you can access to all the account that you want to access in your workforce. You don't need to multiple times sign in. You don't need to provide the MFA code multiple times. In a single place, you will get access to all the AWS account that you need. So it will reduce your efforts, improve control and visibility, user access to your AWS. So that's all about the theory part. Let's move to the hands-on, and we will create a identity center, and we will see how you can use the identity center in your workforce. So for that, click on enable. So AWS recommend to use the account to enable the identity center that does not contain any resources, as it will be a management account that you will manage all the account in this organization. Behind the scene, it will create a organization. So make sure you read all the content in the page, and you have to select the region which is nearby to your workforce. Suppose you live in a Mumbai and you have set up your workforce a company in Mumbai, then you should select a region in a Mumbai only to reduce latency. So let's click on enable. So I will use this region only. So it will create a behind the scene the AWS organization where we will add one AWS account. So this is a management account which is automatically added. So if I show you an AWS organization, so it has created automatically
one organization where this account is a management account. Then I will add one another AWS account. So we can see how we can access multiple AWS account with a single sign in with a defined policy with a permission. So you have to configure your identity source. So currently I am going to use the AWS manage identity source. So after creating identity center, you have to manage access to permission, just like we do in IAM section, creating policy and attaching to the AWS users and the group. Similarly, we are going to do in this also, and we have to enable the multi-factor authentication for the AWS users. And this is a user, this is a group, and this setting. In dashboard, we can even set a delegate administrator. So now let's click on group and we will create a group. So I will create a admin group. Suppose you are a part of admin group, and in a workforce you have to add a multiple admins with a different permission. So we will see the scenario, and we will add two users in this group and with a different permission, and we'll see whether the identity center is working or not. So let's click on create group. So now we have to create one user also. So we will create a user named Amitabh, and we will use the email address. Okay. And even you can provide all the details. This will be optional. So this user will receive a invitation to accept to be part of this identity user. So click on next, and we will add this in admin group. Click on next and add user. So the user is successfully added in a group, admin group. So you can see the user is here. And now I will add one more AWS account. So to see whether the identity center successfully working with adding multiple AWS account and managing it. So for that, you have to go in AWS organization because you cannot add from there. So you have to add an AWS account. So I will invite an existing AWS account. So this is my second AWS account. I will simply copy the account ID and go here and paste here. So I will send the invitation. Now the invitation has been sent. So if I go to the AWS organization page in a second account, I will see one invitation. So I will accept this invitation. So now I am part of that organization. You can see. So this is the management account email and the account ID. And now if I go here and refresh this organization, you will see the user has you can see the account is added successfully with email. And now if I refresh this in identity center, here also I will see the second account. Now we have two AWS account. One is a management account and second is a secondary admin account. And now we have the admin group and one user also. Okay, so I will now create a permission set so that I will attach that permission to the groups, and in that group the user will be attached to that AWS account to get the access of AWS console. So let's click on create permission. We will create a defined permission set that AWS has here. Even we can set a custom. In custom you can have multiple AWS managers, AWS management policy, just like we do in a IAM section, and even customer manage or inline policy. You can simply write inline policy and then even with a permission boundary. So for now, we will select a predefined and we will create a administrator access. And second, we will create a view only access. Okay. So let's create a view only access. So we have created a view only access and the administrator access. So now we will attach this permission to the AWS account we have added. So I will add the administrator access to the Amitabh DevOps and the view only access to the Amitabh Saraf. So if I will select the Amitabh DevOps account and will click on assign users and a group. I will add an admin group only and click on that, and I will select the administrator access. So I will click on submit. So it will configure your AWS account. So you can see administrator access is assigned to Amitabh DevOps account. And secondly, we will attach the view only access from the admin group to the second account. You can even attach both, but for now we will select only the view only access. So it will configure it. And now we have configured both AWS account, just like you are managing your workforce with a multiple AWS account and the users. So this is a identity center. Now in a dashboard page, you can see what we have done yet. So we have confirm our identity source as the AWS manage and manage the permission with a permission set, and we will configure the AWS account when we'll sign into the that Amitabh user created. And now we will go to the setting page, setting, okay, and from okay, go to the setting, and we will get a IPv4 access portal URL. So this URL will be common. You will get this URL and sign in to access portal, where you will get a list of AWS account. Just we have only two account. If you add multiple AWS account, you can get a list of AWS account and access multiple AWS account from a single sign in portal. So you don't need to sign in multiple time to access multiple AWS account, to use multiple AWS account. Even we have a dual stack, like mean you can even use the IPv6 and the IPv4. So for now, if you want to customize this URL, you can even customize the URL. Suppose I have to enter Amita. So it will take a couple of seconds, and it will update the URL. Okay, so now you can see the URL has been updated. So as I have mentioned that user has been received with an email to sign in. So user will receive a email like this. So you can see to accept the invitation. So we will click on accept the invitation, and it will ask us to create a new password. So we will create a new password. The password should match all the condition. So this is our user, we what we have created in identity center. So it matches. I will set the password. Now you can see I have successfully set a password for that. Now I will close this browser and open the URL in incognito mode, as I have to show you the MFA also. So once we it will load the login page, I will add my username as Amitabh. Click on next. It will ask for the password. I will provide the password. So by default, it will ask us to enable the MFA. There is no option to skip this option. So I will select first the built-in authenticator with a fingerprint. So I will save in incognito, create. So my authentication is registered. So click on done. Now you will see up access portal where all the AWS account will be listed. So you have seen I have one AWS account which is a management account with this email, and the second AWS account which have the this email. So you can see the Amitabh DevOps has the administrator access. Even we can have a access key if you want to use this account as a programmatically with AWS access key and the ID. And second account is only have the view only access. If I click on this, so you can see I will get all the access that administrator have in AWS account. If I show you, you can see the administrator access and the username. I can view all the data in my AWS account. Even I can go to the IAM, create a user, list the user. For IAM, you can see I can see all the user listed in IAM section. Even I can create a user with my AWS account. Suppose I will create this. So now you can see I can create a AWS IAM user using the identity center account. So this is a single sign in. You can see how we are accessing multiple AWS account. So you can see the second account is only have the access to view only access. So this is my second AWS account. If I click on that, and you can see we are signing to view only access and the Amitabh user. Here I cannot do anything as this account
is not activated yet for me. And if I go to any services, it will provide the message like this. It will not for you, because this page will not shown to you as if you have multiple AWS account with a billing setup. Currently, I have not set up the billing for this account, which is my second account. This page is only for me. If I go to the upgrade plan, you can see I will not get access to billing, as I have not set up the billing for this AWS account. So you can see this is how we can manage multiple AWS account with a permission. So if you want to see how we can change the administrator access with a view only access, so we only want the view only access for this account also. So for that, let's delete that administrator access permission set. So we will delete the permission set. Okay, so it is attached to AWS account. So we have to delete, remove the access for that also. So I will remove the access. Now, if I go to the permission set and delete it, so it will take a couple of time. Now, if I click on delete, you can see now I can delete it. So delete it. Now, if I go to the AWS account, again, we have to assign the view only access. So we will assign that user in admin group with a view only access. Click on submit. So it will modify the configuration. Now we only have the view only access for the both account. As the second account is not working for me, I will show you here only. As if I refresh, you can see currently I have only the view only access in the management account also. If I log in with that, let's wait for that. Okay, now you can see view only access and the Amitabh user. And again, if I go to the IAM user, this is my main account. So I will get access to all. So I can list the user. If I select that user to delete it and click on confirm whether I have permission to do that or not. So if I delete that user, so let's wait. So you can see I do not have access to perform the remove user from the group, and because no identity policy allows to remove user from the group action, as it is only have the view only access. So this is how you can even add multiple AWS account and manage the permission for your multiple AWS account. So this is how a single sign-in on AWS IAM Identity Center works. So if you want to delete that Identity Center, simply you have to first remove all the AWS account from your organization. So let's remove this member account. I will click on that member account and will remove this. And now simply we have to delete the organization. Click on setting, and in setting you can see the delete organization section. Copy this and paste here. So it has save space. So organization is deleted. Now you have to disable the identity center. For that, go to the setting. So in setting, you can see it is automatically gone as we have deleted the organization. But first, you have to disable the organization. You have to go to the setting, and setting we have the management. In management, you can disable the AWS IAM Identity Center. So this is all about the IAM Identity Center and how it works. In this video, we are going to see how we can securely manage our application secret using the AWS Secret Manager. Like you will see how you can use the AWS Secret Manager to store your environment variable and the secret. Not we are not using the env file and exporting the environment variable. So by the end of this video, you will also see how you can use AWS Secret Manager in your application or the shell script. So what is AWS Secret Manager? Basically, it helps you to protect access to your application, services, and IT resources, and you can easily rotate or update, manage and retrieve database credential, API keys, and other secrets throughout their lifecycle.
you can imagine as just a store. You will put your all the secret here, and you can update, delete, and create the secret in this store. And the benefit of using this AWS Secret Manager, you can easily rotate your secret, and just you have to update secret, and it will entirely update in your application, and manage the access with a fine-grained permission. You can attach KMS, which is a key management service, to provide more security in your secret, and secure and audit a secret centrally. It's like you will get all the secret listed, and you can see what are the secret are correct and wrong. And this is not free, as you use as you pay for the service. So let's start with the hands-on. So for that we have to launch the EC2. So let's launch the EC2 instance. I will use the North Virginia region, and I will launch the instance. So I will name as AWS Secret Manager, and we'll use the Ubuntu, and we will use the T2 large. You can use according to you, and we will select any key that is existing. So I will just enable it. It is not needed, but I am enabling it. So let's use the storage is this, and we have to provide the user data to install the AWS CLI and updating the system. So let's launch the EC2 instance. So it will update the EC2 instance and install the AWS CLI. And next we have to connect the EC2 instance. So it is in a pending state. So let's wait for to be active, and we will copy the EC2 instance IP and open the terminal, and we will go to the location where the key is stored. So we will SSH into that with key pair and the user and the IP. So I think the EC2 instance is in pending state. That's why it is taking time. So it is running now. So I will do SSH again. Now it will accept it. So you can see we have connected to our EC2 instance. Next, we have to create an IAM role for EC2 so it can get access to secret manager, as we are not using AWS secret access key ID and the access key, so that we can securely manage entirely our application. No need to create secret, going to users and configuring the AWS. So this is a best approach. You should always use the IAM role for the temporary access. So for that, we will go to IAM roles and create one role, and this will for the EC2, and we will go to the next, and we will search the permission as secret manager read write. It will provide us access to create and delete, update secret manager secret. So select it and click on next, and provide the name as any name you wanted to provide, and in that provide the role name. Click on create role. So role has been created, and now you have to go to the EC2 instance. In action, you have to modify the IAM role and attach this IAM role into that EC2 instance, so that EC2 instance can communicate with the AWS Secret Manager. So this is our EC2 instance. And now if we can check whether the AWS is installed or not, so you can see AWS, okay, sorry, this is not a command. AWS -FN version. So you can see AWS CLI is installed. And if you want to verify whether the IAM role is working or not, you can copy this AWS STS get caller identity, and it will provide the user identity. So you can see it will provide the user ID, account ID, and the ARN of the secret manager role, which is IAM role, which is assumed by the EC2 instance. So next step is to create a secret in AWS Secret Manager. So for that, I will copy this command, and this command is using the AWS, which means we are using the AWS CLI and Secret Manager, and we are creating a secret with a name which is the ID of that secret, which is a DB secret one, and the secret string is the username admin and the password is this. And we are in a region of North Virginia, so it is a US East one. So I will paste this command. Okay, now it will create the DB secret. And if we go to the secret manager and check the secret has been created, so you can see the DB secret is created in this region. If you are using another region, go to that region as it is not a global service. So you can see we have created a DB secret and you can retrieve a secret value. As you can see, we have a username admin and the password is admin123, as we have provided the secret string in that command. So you can see. And next step is to, if you want to fetch a secret using a CLI, like you have created a secret, so you can use this command AWS Secret Manager get secret value, and the ID is DB secret one. As you can see, this is the ID of that secret, and we are querying the query string and output in a text format, and the region is same. So copy that command and open the terminal and paste it. So you can see we will get the username admin and the password. So you can see how we can create a secret and fetch the secret in our CLI. And the next step is to use our AWS secret in shell script and the Node.js application. So let's see how you can use the secret manager secret in your shell script. So I will create one sh file using the vim, and I will copy this command and paste it. So I will insert this shell script into my app.sh, where we are fetching a secret in a variable secret, and we will printing that secret. And you can use a secret in your shell script, like if you want to perform any action to AWS. So I will copy this. It's just fetching and printing a secret in your shell script, so that you can let get to know how you can use it in your shell script also. So I will update the shell file as a execute. So it will in a execute mode, and I will just run the sh file. Now you can see how we can fetch the secret using the shell script also. And the next, how you can use your AWS Secret Manager secrets in a Node.js application using the AWS Software Development Kit. So let's start with that. So for that, we need to install the Node.js and the npm, as it is a Node.js application. So copy this command and install it. So let's understand what is app.js until it is installing. So we are require the AWS SDK, and we are using the region is this, and we are creating a sync function as a get secret. So in that we are retrieving a secret ID, which is a DB secret one, which is we have created here. Next, we are parsing that secrets into normal text and printing it, and we are calling that get secret function. So let's see whether it is installed or not. So you can see it is installed, and now we will init the npm, and it will create us for the package.json. So you can see there is a package.json, and now we will install the AWS SDK using npm, and it will install the AWS SDK for us. And here is a code, and we will use the vim to create a JS file, and we will just paste this code. And this is a code that will retrieve our secret, and you can use it in your real application. This is just a code that will provide you an idea how you can use and retrieve a secret from the AWS Secret Manager into your application. You don't need to manage your env file and exporting your secret in your environment. So this is a secure way, as it is not a free, but it is a very secure, you should use in your production environment. So I will save this file, and now we will run this application using node app.js. So you will see how it retrieve our application secret as a username admin, and the password is admin123, as you can see in our secret manager. So this is how you can use in your shell script and the Node.js application. And if you want to see how you can rotate a secret and it will update entirely, so you have a command like AWS Secret Manager, which is a service, and we are using a command update secret, and secret ID is db secret1, and this secret string we are updating it, so we can just update the password, which is a secure 123 from the admin 123, and the region is same. So I will copy this and we will just paste it, and you will see how it updates. So if I again run the node app.js, and you will see how it is updated the password. And if you go to the secret manager and refresh this page, you will see, if I retrieve the secret value, you can see the password is updated entirely. No need to manually update it. So this is a stuff that I want to share with you all. And if you want to see how you can delete a secret, you just have to go to the secret manager and db secret in action. You have to just delete, and it is have a deletion scheduled deletion period. So just schedule it, and in within a 7 days, this secret will going to be deleted, and terminate that EC2 instance you have launched. In this video, we are going to learn about AWS CLI and how to set up a AWS CLI. What is a Cloud Shell and what is a AWS Software Development Kit? So without any delay, let's get started. So what is a AWS CLI is? Basically, there are three ways to use your AWS account. First is a AWS Management Console that we are using already, and second is a AWS CLI, and third is a AWS Software Development Kit. So basically, AWS CLI is a command line interface, which is a tool that allow you to run your AWS commands in a command line interface, allowing you to access your AWS account, your resources and services that you can create, delete, and manage your AWS account. And there is a one common thing in AWS command, which is the AWS keyword, because every command is start with the AWS in AWS CLI. And how to set up a AWS CLI using a access keys? Basically, access key is a password which is created by a IAM user, and it is a best practices to create access keys from IAM user, not from the root user. You should not have any credential from the root user, okay, because root user have a much more permission than administrator also. And it is created from the AWS IAM user console. You get the ID and the secret. So ID is just your username and the secret is your password that you are authenticating with the AWS CLI, that this is the authenticate AWS account that you are creating and destroying the resources within your AWS account, not from the others. So after authenticating with the AWS CLI, you are authorized to use the your AWS account securely and in a command line interface. So let's start with the hands-on part. So for that, go to your IAM user, and in that, click on users and select the user that you have created. If not, that you can watch the previous video of IAM user and create the users. In that, go to security credential. In that, you can see the access keys, so you can create the access keys. So we are going to use the CLI, so I will confirm this. So I understand the above recommendation and want to proceed to create an access keys. So we have to use the AWS CLI version 2, and AWS login is a command. So to use your existing console credential in the CLI, if you are already configured with the AWS in your command line interface, then you don't need to run the AWS configure command. You can simply run the AWS login. And second is AWS Cloud Shell and a browser-based CLI. I will cover this after covering this AWS CLI from the local terminal. So I will click on next. You can type any tag value that you want to provide. So I will write as AWS CLI. So I have created the access keys and the secret access key. So this is the access keys that you should not have to share with anyone. And you will ask why you are showing in your video, because before uploading this video, I will delete this access keys. So you cannot access my AWS account. So this is the access keys, and the prerequisite is to have the AWS CLI version to install. So you can simply search AWS CLI version to install. So it will redirect the
AWS CLI installation. So this is the node. So this is the link you have to click. So my operating system is Windows. I'm gonna select the Windows and I'm gonna install the AWS CLI MSI. So previously I have installed the AWS CLI, so I'm not gonna install. You can install it from that documentation. I will provide this link into the description of this video. So this is how you can install the AWS CLI. After installing, you have to run that AWS CLI. So you can simply click on this and run that AWS CLI installed. And now you have to open your terminal. Okay. So after opening your terminal, uh, you don't need to have anything. So you can simply check AWS version whether the AWS CLI is installed or not. So you can see AWS CLI is installed. Now we need that AWS access keys and secret. So copy this access key and you have to run AWS configure. This is the command that you can use to authenticate with your AWS account. So it will ask for the access key ID and a secret. So this is my key ID and what is the and this is the secret access key. So I will paste this also and I have set the default region as EU West 1, which is Ireland. You can set any region or keep it empty. So I'm gonna type enter. So now AWS is authenticated and if I check AWS S3 LS, so you can see these are the AWS S3 buckets in my AWS account. So this is the S3 buckets in my AWS account. If I confirm by going to AWS Management Console, I will click on the S3 and verify whether these are the buckets in my AWS account or not. So you can see they say these are buckets as same we are accessing in my AWS CLI. So this is how you can use the AWS CLI in your local terminal. And next is AWS CloudShell. Basically, what we have done till now, the AWS provide the ready-made method of this. You don't need to create the access keys. You don't need to manage anything. You just have to open the browser-based CLI. It is a browser-based CLI that you can access from the AWS console. So you can see this option AWS Cloud Shell. So you have to go to your AWS management console and in footer section you can see this Cloud Shell option. You just have to click on that and it is AWS configured. You just have to log in into your AWS account and that's all. You don't need to manage the access keys and creating IAM user and creating the security credential. So you can use any region you want. Simply you can create the VPC environment also. Currently I'm in North Virginia region and it is a region based also. So in some region it is not available. So you have to care about that in which region the Cloud Shell is available or not and what are the actions are available. You can create multiple tabs and you can split into two rows. Okay, so you can see this is the one terminal and this is the another terminal and what other you can split into column also and you can close like this also. Okay, and if here I run AWS S3 LS, I didn't done the AWS configure here and didn't created the AWS access keys and connected with the AWS account. So this is already connected with my AWS account because I have logged in as my AWS account and it is provided by AWS only. And what are other actions? You can upload file and you can download file and if you create anything here after log out and logging again your file will be saved here only, so it will not lost your data also. And you can restart the Cloud Shell, delete and create the VPC environment also I have mentioned and you can delete this also. So like this you I don't want to delete so I will not delete. And this is what a Cloud Shell which is provided by the AWS. So whatever you want to use, whatever your choice, either use the Cloud Shell or a local terminal. In local terminal, you have to authenticate with access keys to your AWS account, and in Cloud Shell, you don't need to do anything. So this is a CloudShell and AWS CLI. And next is the AWS SDK, Software Development Kit. So what is AWS SDK is? Basically, AWS SDK is a software development kit. It provides the library and the tools that a developer can use to interact with the AWS, and they can use the AWS resources and the services programmatically, and it supports a large programming languages. You can simply search AWS SDK support languages. So it's supported by the C++, .NET, which is a C sharp, and Go, Java, JavaScript, Kotlin, Node.js, PHP. In Python, we have the library called the Boto 3, and in Ruby also, Rust also, and a lot more IoT devices languages also like Arduino, etc. So this is the AWS SDK. So in this video, we cover what is the AWS CLI, how to set up AWS CLI using access keys, and what is a Cloud Shell, and what is the AWS SDK.
And in this video, we are going to learn about AWS EC2 User Data. So let's get started. Before going to learn about user data in EC2, let's understand what is EC2. So EC2 is a AWS service that provides you a virtual server without managing a hardware components like a PC, anything. It provides you the operating system image of a particular OS such as Linux, Ubuntu, Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, something like that. So you don't need to worry about hardware component. So you might be thinking, what is a user data? So user data is kind of a thing that allows you to ready your EC2 instances whenever it launches. Something like if you make your house, you want ki furniture already set up ho jaye kind of thing. Suppose you want to install your Docker and dependencies whenever your instances is launched. So when user data is basically used when you want to launch multiple instances at the same time, then the user data is required. So I will show you the demo. So I will launch the instance. I will type user data. I will select the Ubuntu for now, and instance I will be free tier, and we're gonna select this key pair. I have created it previously, and we allow this HTTP port. In this user data, I will show you what we are going to do, and we have to go in advanced detail and down, and I have created this user data. So basically it's a kind of shell script we create, and it install all our dependencies and require it kind of a desired state you want whenever your instance is launched. I want the system update ho jaye. So for this example, we will install the Apache and enable it and start the Apache server, and the Apache server will show this data. So I want ki 10 instances pe 10 Apache server chale. So we can use this kind of a user script, and also if I want to install Docker, so sudo app we can mention here also. So it will also install the Docker whenever my instance is launched. Okay, and paste it here. And we are appending this data into var.html path. You know, where if you write the HTML contained in this path, the Apache server automatically detects and serve as the web server data. Okay, so that's it. We have to just if you want to launch multiple instances, suppose I am launching 3 instances. So this for this purpose, user data is very useful. You don't need to go launch one instance one by one and install Docker, Apache, everything you want to install. So I will launch the instances, and I will connect to instances, and I will show whether the Apache is running or not and Docker is installed or not. So let's go to the dashboard, and these are instances are still pending. Once it's going to be active, I will connect to this instanted.
So you can see all the three instances are running. I will connect the one instance and show you whether the Docker is installed or not, and will show whether the Apache server is running on all the instances or not. Okay, so let me connect it. SSH, FNI, data. So you can see I'm connecting to that instance, and if I write, it will take accordingly 2-3 minutes. So if I write docker hyphen hyphen version, you can see Docker is installed. So similarly, paste the IP address with a port. So you can see the user data has been served from the instance. I have appended the HTML data. Hello from Ubuntu EC2 user data. And similarly, if I show these instances whether the Apache is running or not, we just need to copy these IP addresses and open with port number 80, which is a HTTP port. You can see second instance where the Apache is also running. Let me show you the third instance. So you can see in all three instances, Apache is running perfectly. So this is very useful kind of stuff that AWS EC2 service provide. And in this video, we are going to learn about how we can deploy a Node.js application onto AWS EC2 instance. So for that, we need a AWS EC2, which is a virtual server. I have explained in a previous video. So this is my Node.js application, which is a simple task flow application, to-do application. You can see the architecture of this application, which have public directory and node modules. I have run this locally for you. I'm running again, so showing how the application going to look like. So this is the server. You can see the application look like this, and it is running on localhost. So I need to deploy it on a AWS EC2 so that anyone from globally can access this application. This is possible using the Docker. So what is the Docker? You might be thinking, what is a Docker? So Docker is a tool that helps you to run your application on multiple devices without any dependencies, errors. Solve the problem of it running on my machine, not other machine. So Docker require a Docker file. Just say Docker file, say we build the Docker image, and from Docker image we build the Docker container. And container is a thing that run your Docker images. Okay, and images is a kind of thing that packages your application, which is written by your Docker file. Okay, in this we are using a node image as a base. This is a multi-stage build so that our images size will be decreased and final stage. So we are copying the dependencies and installing it and exposing the port. While running the Docker image, we can forward this port and access it, and using the non-root user, so following the security best practices. And that's all. Also we are checking the health check and running the application. And if you want to write this Docker file and don't want to learn about thing, you can simply use VS Code Copilot or anti-gravity and just say scan my repository and write a Docker file for this application, and it will write the Docker file for you. Okay, so I have pushed this repository into my GitHub, and for now I'm gonna launch the instance and I will show you the demo how you can also deploy the application. So Node.js app. Okay, and for this demo I'm going to select the Ubuntu image, or we'll be selecting the free tier. I don't need much CPU and memory, and I will create a new key pair. Okay, which is Node.js app. Okay, and we're gonna install it. Okay, I'm gonna open this board. Not needed, but let's open it. And that's all. We're gonna launch it. So my instance is launched. Okay. Let's wait for to become it ready. So my instance is ready and running. So I'm gonna connect this instance. So this is the place where I have downloaded. I will show you the key. So you can see the key is here, and I'm gonna SSH it. Mhm. Okay, 1 2 and the rest. So this is how we can connect our instance. So for this, we need to install Docker. Before that, we need to update this system as it is firstly created. For Ubuntu, we can use apt package manager. And if you are using RHCL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, you need to use gem. Okay, sudo apt update. So it will update the system. And after that, we are going to install the Docker and we'll clone the repository and we'll run this Docker file. Okay, so to install Docker, we can use the command sudo apt install docker.io -y. -y is basically the saying yes to any prompt if the installation required. Mean agree to the installation. You don't need to type yes no after it. So you can see my Docker is installed, and we need to configure it for the current user. I am as a Ubuntu, which is a non-root user. So we need to add the Ubuntu in a Docker group so that we can access the Docker. Suppose without adding, we cannot access the container. We get the permission denied. So how we can add it? So sudo user mode append in a group of Docker to whom $user, which is my Ubuntu, which is a current user, and we need to refresh the Docker group so that it can detect the new user added in a Docker group. Okay, and if now I am going to check Docker PS, it will not return any permission denied. So this is how we can install Docker and configure it. And now we're gonna clone this repository and run on EC2 git clone. Okay, cd our Node.js application. So we just need to build the image which have in the application. You can see this is the Docker file is present here. And for you, I have also included the command to install, build the image and run the Docker image. So you might be thinking how we can build that image. So for that, we need to write the command docker build -t, which is a tag name of that image, basically a name of that image, and dot is a path of Docker file. So Docker file is present in our current directory, as you can see. So we will use the dot. Okay, so it will build the Docker file and create the image. So how you can check the image is created or not? You can simply type Docker images. So you can see our Node.js app image is built, and this is of 132 MB. And if we don't use it multi-stage, it may be of 800 MB. As such, the node image is of 127 MB. Okay, so this is our main image. Okay, we're gonna run that. For that also, I have provided the command. You can simply copy it from the README. And let me open the security group for port number 3000 so that we can see our application. So we're gonna add the inbound role for port number 3000 and setting as anywhere, so can anyone from a world can access it. So we have set up the inbound rule for the our application. Now we're gonna copy the instance IP. This is our instance IP, and our application is running on port number 3000. Okay, so ignore it. And you can see our application is running on an EC2 instance, and this is our local host application. This is our application deployed on a AWS EC2. So let's test whether the application is working or not. So hello Asu bhai, meeting with Asu bhai. So we're gonna set as a high priority as Asu bhai demanded this video. Okay, so we're gonna add this task. So task is added. So you can see our application is also running, which is in a pending stage. So we can also get it from the pending. And if we check this, our task is completed. So I meet the Asu bhai, and this is how we can deploy a Node.js application on AWS EC2 instance. And now if you want to deploy is as a particular domain name, for that you need to set up a load balancer. If you set up a load balancer, you will get the ALB or load balancer URL that you can put your in a CNAME record with your particular required custom domain. So this is how you can set up is as a custom domain also. And if you want how to stop this application, for that you can simply type docker stop. You can use the three digit of the container ID or D3A and docker rm D3A. So using this command you can stop and remove that container running. So you can see our container is removed. If you type docker ps, nothing is running. And if you refresh here, the application going to be down. Yeah, you can see. And in this video, we are going to learn how we can create a AWS EC2 instance using a Terraform and going to deploy one simple application on it. As in a previous video, we learned how we can create a EC2 instance using a AWS console. And in this video, we are going to learn how we can create using a Terraform. So let's get started. So this is the repository I'm gonna show you. This is the app directory where my application, the simple application I have created for this demo. You can see this is the Docker file, and this is the main thing I have to explain you. Before that, let's understand what is a Terraform. So Terraform is a infrastructure as a code tool that helps you to create a resources, either a cloud or a on-premise resources, so that you don't need to create a instance or a resources using a console, which is a very manual step. And using a Terraform, you can track and manage whatever resources you have created, and it supports AWS, Azure, Oracle, GCP, and a lot more. If you want to learn more about it, you can go to the official documentation and understand what is a Terraform and how does it work. I will explain you the configuration I have written for this project. So this is the main configuration file where I have mentioned the Terraform provider to use the AWS, and the region I have mentioned in a variable I will show you. And the second main thing is the EC2 instance I am creating. This is the data block which automatically fetching the AMI image for the EC2 instance. And this is the resource block, basically a key pair, and the key pair name is written as the cloud deploy key. You can write anything here, and this is the key name I'm going to generate using a SSH keygen, and this is going to be a path of public key which I need to provide to cloud so that I can connect to that EC2 instance using the generated private key. And this is the security group that going to be attached to EC2 instance, where I have mentioned the inbound rule and outbound rule for this application, as our application going to be hosted on the port number 3000, and this is the SSH port, as you know. And this is the outbound rule which is mentioning what can our EC2 instance access, which is everything. And this is the resource where the main resource EC2 instance.
So what is the name of the EC2 instance, which is I have kept as a cloud deploy, and AMI is coming from the dynamically from the data block as it is fetching dynamically every time. And this is the instance type as we are using a micro, and the key pair name I have mentioned that above. There's a resources we are using here, and this is the security group. ID is a kind of a thing that is attached automatically after the resource creation, and this is the user data as this is application I have built and pushed to the Docker Hub. Let me show you. So this is the image I have built and pushed to the Docker Hub, and this is the user data as I have already told about this user data. What is the user data? User data generally allow you to ready your instance at the time of a boot. So whenever your instance is creating, after that this script going to be run and your my application going to be run. Okay. So I have mentioned to update the system, install the Docker, enable it, and run my application. So this is the path of that image you can also use. This is a public image, and this is the tag name for the EC2 instance. And what is the variable.tf? As a variable.tf help you to maintain a variable. Like you don't need to hard code everything here. Suppose you want to keep this name as a variable, so you can mention where dot security group name, and suppose you want to change it in future, so you can directly change the variable dot tf. It will automatically fetch, and there is no need to mention like a hard coded value. So this is a very useful thing. And in our output block we are get telling this is the output block and want the EC2 instance public IP. So this is the configuration I have written about the EC2 instance creation. So let's start the hands-on part. What you need to do, firstly, you have to log into your, if you are using a Windows machine, then create a EC2 instance and log into that and update the system. After it going to be done, you need to clone this repository. Okay, so go here and clone this repository. As I have previously cloned it, so I'm going to into that directory. And what next you have to do is to install the Terraform. So to install the Terraform, you need to come to this URL and just paste this command. Your Terraform going to be installed using these commands. And after that, we need to install the AWS CLI. Using that, Terraform going to be fetch whether which in which account we need to create the AWS resources. So let's you can install it using a sudo snap install AWS CLI hyphen classic, or you can install it using AWS documentation. I have installed it previously, so I don't need to install it. And next, we need to create the key pair. For that, you need to come in a Terraform directory and run this command that automatically create the key pair as name of that. And this going to be create a key pair. One is a private key and second is a public key. And we need a private key at our local machine so that we can connect to that EC2 instance, and public key for to attach that to EC2 instance so that it can match and we can connect to that instance using SSH. So I have previously, so going to overwrite it. So you can see, I will show you whether the key pair is created or not. So you can see the key pair has been created. Okay. Next, we need to do to a Terraform init. Before that, we need to configure the AWS. For that, you need to create the AWS user. So you need to come to the IAM and go to the user and create one user. After that, you have to go inside that user and go to the security credential and need to create a one access key. So let me show you. You can say simply EC2, doesn't matter anything. And you need to copy this and go here and type AWS configure. So it will ask for you the key and ID. So I'm going to paste it. So the Terraform going to be fetched automatically in which account we need to create the resources. As a Terraform work as a dependency graph. So Terraform will automatically know what to create the resources as in order. Basically, if you write this data block at the end of the file, as a Terraform going to automatically identify which resource need to created first and which need to after that the dependency automatically identify it, and if Terraform unable to do, then you can mention the depends on and the resource name. Okay, so what need to do the next, we need to do a Terraform init. So the Terraform installation is done, Terraform CLI is done, and key pair is done. So we need to do Terraform init. So it's going to be initialize the Terraform as mentioned in this configuration. It will initialize this AWS provider for us. So Terraform initialize done, and you can check the validation of your configuration written for the Terraform using a Terraform validate. It checks whether there is any issue in a configuration of the created Terraform files. It will check whether there is a syntax issue or something else. So if it provide the success means everything is okay. And next we can type Terraform plan. So basically plan, sorry. So basically, Terraform plan is a command that show you the output of a execution that going to be happen. It will show what are resources going to be created. So the resources are not created yet. That going to be created using a Terraform apply. And if you want to provide auto approve, mean it will ask you to enter yes for some resources. You can simply type hyphen hyphen auto and hyphen approve. So it will create the resources. So you can see there is a plan to add three resources, and in output we are going to be get the EC2 instance IP, and in variable we are mentioning the variable, and so using it as the a var dot region doesn't need to use in a double quotes. And that's all for this configuration. And as I mentioned that user data, so it will take 2-3 minutes to deploy this application or using my Docker image onto the created EC2 instance. As you can see, our EC2 instance is created, and this is the public IP for that instance. So simply we need to go to here and type http double slash and the port number 3000. So after 2 minutes, our app going to be display here. So let's wait for that minute. I will cut the part in between so that you don't need to wait for that. So as you can see, our application has been deployed successfully using a Terraform, as we have mentioned in user data. That application has been built previously and I have pushed that into a Docker Hub. So you can also use that the visibility is a public, so anyone from the internet can use this image. And if you want to SSH this instance from the terminal, so for that you need that key pair generated. So previously we have generated the key pair, so we need the private key. So see, this is the private key and this is the public key. To SSH it, we need the private key. So for that you can simply type SSH hyphen I and the key pair name, which is cloud deploy key, and what is the user, which is Ubuntu, and Ubuntu at the rate and IP address of that created instance. So going to type yes. So I have connected to that created instance, and if we type sudo docker ps, you can see that our application is running using a Docker. And if you type a Docker images, so you can see there is an image also. So this is how we can create a AWS EC2 instance using Terraform and deploy application using a user data. You can also check the whether the instance is created in your account or not. So you can see this is the instance which is created in my account, and this is how you can create and deploy application on EC2 instance. So you might be thinking how we can destroy the Terraform resources using a single command. So Terraform also provided, which is a Terraform destroy hyphen hyphen auto approve. So using a hyphen hyphen auto approve, you don't need to type yes every time. It will automatically destroy everything. So it maintains a tf.state file that maintains the state of the Terraform resource created. Whatever resources has been created, it will detect and destroy the resources using the tf.state file. Whenever you init and plan the and apply the resources, it will create that tf.state file. And it is necessary to destroy the resources created using a Terraform. Suppose there is a lots of resources created using a Terraform, it take a lot of time to destroy everything using a manually, and don't need to change anything using a manual from a console. You need to install and destroy everything from a Terraform and change everything using a Terraform to keep tracking, and don't need to be generate a conflict between this. So it will destroy all the three resources created using a Terraform, like EC2 instance, security group, and a key pair. We have generated that. So you can go to the AWS console EC2 instance dashboard, and you can see the instance has been destroyed. So all the resources has been destroyed using a Terraform. This is how you can destroy the resources using a Terraform. In this video, we are going to understand how you can change the EC2 instance type after creating it. Suppose you have created the EC2 instance of type T2 micro and you have installed the prerequisite like a Docker, Jenkins, and etc. whatever you have to. And after you realize that your workload is large, you need a large instance and you have to initialize the T2 large instance. Then you will destroy the T2 micro instance and create another instance, and again you install the prerequisite, and if there is a data, that data is also going to be lost and you will create the data again. But there is a one method you can save your prerequisite install. You don't need to install again and your data also, and you can change the EC2 instance type also. So for doing that, go to your AWS account, and in that go to your EC2 dashboard and launch the EC2 instance. I will launch the EC2 instance with a T2 micro, and I will show how you can update the EC2 instance type to T2 large. So I will write as a AWS demo and will select the Ubuntu image. In that, the T2 micro has been selected. So I will create a key pair, and that I will name as a AWS demo. Okay. Now I am just allowing this. There is no use of that. And I will launch the instance. And now I will connect this instance and install some prerequisite and create some data. And after that, I will show you how you can update the EC2 instance type. Okay. So let's connect with the EC2 instance created. I will copy the public IP address, open the terminal, and I will go to the location where I have saved the key pair. So I will connect the EC2 instance using the ssh-i aws demo.pem, and now the Ubuntu user and the IP address. So it will ask you to enter the yes. So now I have connected with EC2 instance created with the T2 micro. So here I will sudo apt update. So I will update. So I will install some prerequisite so that I can show you after updating the EC2 instance type from T2 micro to T2 large, the prerequisites are installed, not deleted. And I will create one folder also so that I can show the data is also safe, because we are just changing the type. Not we are doing anything with the storage. Okay. So I will install the Docker. Okay.
So for that, you can simply write sudo apt install docker.io-y. By the way, it is an unofficial way to install the docker.io, and if you want to install from the official, you can search on a Google and install from the official documentation. It is a very quick, so for this demo, I have picked that method to install Docker. So now the Docker is installed. If I check Docker hyphen version, so you can see Docker is installed, and I will add the current user into Docker group so that I can access the Docker also. User mode, append in a group Docker the current user and refresh the Docker group. So now if I run Docker PS, I will not get the permission denied error. So now you can see I have installed the Docker, and this is a T2 micro instance. Now if you have to update the EC2 instance from T2 micro to T2 large, you just first have to stop the instance, because without stopping the instance you cannot update the instance type. As you can see, this action is not enabled yet because the instance is running. If you have not run your application and on that EC2 instance, then you can safely stop the instance, and let's wait to stop the instance. Then we can change the EC2 instance type. This is a way to update the EC2 instance type initially. So this is a official way by AWS they provide. You can see the instance has been stopped. So now go to your instance and click on action. In that, go to instance type. In that, you can see the instance type change option, and click on that, and the new instance type will be, you can select whatever instance type if you want. So I want T2 large, so I will just search and select. So this is the comparison. So this is a dollar rupees will be increased for using this type of instance, and there is one core in T2 micro. Now we have two cores, and this is a memory, and this is the storage is not enabled in this because it is a separate thing. So now we have changed the EC2 instance type from a T2 micro to T2 large. Now the instance type has been changed successfully, and now we're gonna start the instance. Whenever we start the instance, now it's gonna initialize with the T2 large. So you can see, let's get a public IP and we will connect and see the Docker has been installed already or not. Okay, now instance is running. We're gonna simply connect it SSH. Okay, so you can see we have connected to the EC2 instance, and if I check Docker hyphen version, so you can see the Docker has been installed into your machine. Now you can manage a multiple workload into your AWS EC2 instance. Now you can see the memory has been updated. So you can see the total memory is of 7.8 GB. So now you can run the multiple workload into this EC2 instance without losing your prerequisite installation and data. So this is the way to update your EC2 instance type while by mistakenly choosing the wrong instance type without destroying that EC2 instance. In this video, we are going to learn about how we can create a data backup and server replication of your EC2 instance using the AWS AMIs and the EBS snapshot. So what is a AWS AMI? Basically, AMI is stand for Amazon Machine Images. It creates a blueprint of your configuration and the storage of your EC2 instance. And the snapshot is for the EBS volume that create a backup of your EC2 instance data where the EBS volume is attached to your EC2 instance. And we are going to see how we can replicate it and take a backup of your EC2 instance data. So for that, go to your AWS console and use the instance whatever you have, or create a new instance and write any data inside that. So in this video, I'm gonna use the previous instance that I have, and I'm gonna
start the instance, and I will show you what are the datas are in this EC2 instance. So let's wait for the EC2 instance to be started. So the EC2 instance is currently running. So I'm gonna SSH it. So let's SSH this EC2 instance. So I'm gonna SSH with the public IP, and I will show you the data are available into this EC2 instance. This is my past EC2 instance that I have been used. So I will show you the using the ls. So you can see this is one directory and the another directory is available to this EC2 instance. So if I ls this main directory, so I have this readme, and basically it is a repository that I have cloned into this. So this is the EC2 instance. We are going to create a snapshot and the AMIs for this. So for that, check the option of the EC2 instance that you are going to use, and then click on action. In this, you can see the image and template option. Click on that. Then from that, create an image. It will create the AMI image. So you have to provide the image name. So I will add demo EC2 image. Okay, and you can provide the description, it is optional. So it will create the snapshot of your EBS volume also. So we are tagging the image and a snapshot together, not separately, so that if we are launching the EC2 instance, so it is automatically attached EBS volume to EC2 instance also. Okay, and that's it. You can create the image. So you can see the AMI images has been created. Now go to the AMIs, and you can see this image is still in a pending status. Let's wait it to be created. Once it is going to be available, then you can also see the snapshot here created via the AMIs, which is attached to AMI. So when you launch the EC2 instance using this AMI, the operating system will be same, the configuration will be same for your EC2 instance, and there is also the data is available from this instance to the another instance, fresh instance that you launch. So let's wait, let's refresh it. Let's still wait. So I will cut the part between whenever the AMI is available. So after waiting for 2-3 minutes, you can see the AMI status is available. Now, if you go and check the snapshot, you can see the snapshot has been created, and it is created from the EC2 instance, and the AMI is 0A and last is 474. So you can match. So it is a 0A and 474. So it is a snapshot for this AMI. And now you can see the visibility is private. So within this AWS account only I can see the AMI and launch the EC2 instance, so that your data has been protected from others. And now we are going to use the another AWS account to launch the EC2 instance, and either you have to launch the EC2 instance in the same AWS account. So you can select this AMI and click on launch EC2 instance from this AMI. So all the detail going to be same, your operating system, instance type, and the EBS volume. So your data going to be safe, and the instance will be launched from that EBS volume only. But in this demo, we are going to use the another AWS account, so that if the AWS account is you are not going to use in the future, you can take a backup and use another AWS account, and in a secure way, not going to public this AMI so that anyone can access. So we are going to access it privately. So let's select this AMI which have been created and click on action, and here you can click on added AMI permission, and here you can see you cannot even the make the AMI availability as a public. So current usage is a private, our AMI is private, no one can outside this AWS account use this. So you can verify the AWS account ID. Now we are going to add the shared account, so add account ID. Now I have the another AWS account, you can verify both account is different. So I will copy the account ID and then going to paste here, and so the AWS AMI will be shared with another my AWS account. So I will click on save changes. After that, for 2-3 seconds, and then go to another AWS account and EC2 dashboard. In that, click on AMI, and here not as a owned by me, as a private images. So you can see the EC2 AMI is also available in another AWS account. So it is shared as a privately, so no one other from these two AWS account can access the AMI that I have created from another AWS account. So it is a private visibility, and let's verify the snapshot also. So it will take quite a minute to load the snapshot also. So we are not going to wait for the snapshot to be ready. I will launch the EC2 instance from the AMI has been transferred to another AWS account, means shared with the AWS account. So you can select that AMI and click on launch EC2 instance. So I will name as a test. So the OS will be same, okay, and this is the image ID, and this is the instance type. I will select a key pair. Okay, I have to create, okay, EC2 backup. Okay, so once so the key pair has been created. So EBS volume will be same. I don't need to change anything. And if you want to see in a detail, and if you want to see in detail, you can click on advanced setting, and this is the size of this, and the snapshot is this, and which is created from another AWS account. So I will click on launch EC2 instance. When after the EC2 instance is ready, I will show the data is persist, not lost in another AWS account. So we'll copy the EC2 instance public IP and go to the terminal, and I will open another PowerShell, and let's go to the location where the key pair is. So I will click on SSH -I, and it is EC2 backup. Okay, so this is the key pair Ubuntu at the rate. So the configuration will be same. So the OS is Ubuntu that we have created the previous instance that we are using to create the AMI, and we'll paste the public IP. And now once the EC2 instance is connected, and we'll do the ls, so you can see the EC2 instance data is safe, no data lost in this process, and we have securely created a data backup and server replication. So you cannot lose the any data in another AWS account. So by this you can also ls the main folder that I have shown in previously. So you can see this is the same code has been copied as the EBS volume snapshot. Create a backup of your EC2 instance EBS, and we can use entirely from the AMIs your OS configuration and the data stored in EBS. So this is how you can securely create a data backup using a Amazon machine images and the EBS snapshot. And in this video, we are going to learn about vertical and horizontal scaling. So let's get started. Suppose your application is deployed on this server, which is of 2 CPU and 6 GB memory, and there is a one user accessing your application. What happen when your application is going to be used by 15 million or 150 million user? Basically, your server going to be crash, and there will be your application downtime, and this will definitely going to decrease your organization value. The customer going to be very unhappy with your services. So what is the solution for that? So there is a two solution. First is a vertical scaling and second is a horizontal scaling. So let's understand first vertical scaling. In simple terms, in vertical scaling, we increase the size of server. What it means? We increase the number of CPUs and memory and deploy our application on a single server. And what is the issue of that? Whenever this server is going to be down, your entire application is down, and there will be a downtime, and customer will be unhappy, your organization value going to be decreased. And second is there is a limit of increasing the server size. Well, as you cannot increase, might be there will be a one limit to increase the server size. So to that, To solve that, we use horizontal scaling. Same problem, there is your application is deployed on one server which is of same size and memory, and one user, suppose there is a 150 million user going to reach this server, hit your server where your application is deployed. As we discussed, this server is going to be crash, so we use horizontal scaling. Okay. What is horizontal scaling? We increase the number of same size of server. Suppose we are using 2 CPU and 6 GB RAM of memory of a server. We duplicate that server of the same configuration, same settings, everything same, but we are copying, making a replica like thing. Okay. And this is what horizontal scaling. But there is also one issue, how you are going to configure each server, and so for that we use load balancer. So what load balancer do? Load balancer, we need to register all server in a load balancer, and a load balancer equally distribute to this server and this server. The load is distributed to each server equally based on the strategy we use. And this is what a horizontal and vertical scaling is. Basically, we use a horizontal scaling, which is very used in the industry and stuff. In this video, we are going to learn about Amazon Elastic Beanstalk. So in this video, we will see what is the Amazon Elastic Beanstalk, how to use it, how to create an environment like a dev, test, and production, and how to create a Beanstalk application. What is Amazon Elastic Beanstalk? It is used to manage end-to-end your web application, a website, and it is a AWS service used for deploying and scaling a website, which is developed with Java, .NET, PHP, Node.js, Python, and more languages. And even it supports the Docker, and it deploys the application on Apache, Nginx, and the other web servers. So you just need to upload your code. Elastic Beanstalk automatically handles your deployment from capacity provisioning, load balancing, automatic scaling to web application, even the health monitoring with the ongoing fully managed patch and security updates. And it is a best service. If you have your source code, you just have to upload your source code to the Elastic Beanstalk, and it will deploy your application. It will give you one domain that you can use to show other people your application. And the benefit and the feature is easy to get started. You just have to bring your code. Even you can deploy a sample application. In this video, we will deploy a sample application and the Elastic Beanstalk application. Even complete resource control, you have a freedom to create EC2 instances. It is creating a load balancer. You can see how it the target group are created and the other stuff. And even the source code is yours, you have fully resource control in that, and it is fully managed by the AWS. And the next is automatic application health monitoring. So this is a features and the benefit of the Elastic Beanstalk. And talking about the pricing, there is no additional charges to use the Elastic Beanstalk, as it is a free to use, but it charges you for the resources that Elastic Beanstalk creates, like Amazon S3, EC2 instances, load balancer, Elastic IPs. So it is free to use, but the resources it creates to deploy your application, it is chargeable, and it will charge you only for that resources, not for the Elastic Beanstalk. So let's start with the hands-on, and we will create a application. And here we have the environment. You can create dev, test, and production environment, and you have the recent environment which is you have created. So let's create one application. I will name it as a sample application. I will create the application. Okay, now I will create one new environment. So I will deploy one web application. So we have to choose the web server application. And for the worker environment, if you have to process the SQA processes, then you have to choose the worker environment. For now, we have to use the web server to deploy our web application. So I will use the web server environment, and I will name the environment as a dev. So it is like you can create a test, production, and the rest of the environment using this box. And if you want to provide the domain, you can provide the domain and leave the blank for auto generated value. And if you want to check, if you have to provide the
correct domain, you can simply type and check the availability. So it is not available, so I will use my name so that it can get me available. So you can see this is the available domain. So our application will host on this domain, and this is the entire domain, and the platform will be NodeJS. So I will deploy a sample NodeJS application. Keep it as the default, what is coming on the your screen. And the sample application we are deploying. Even you can upload your code, existing version if you have on the Elastic Beanstalk and rest of the others. So it is a free tier eligible. So I will select this only. And we have to create a service role for that and one EC2 instance profile. That a service role is going to assume by the Elastic Beanstalk, and that IAM role must require an IAM managed policy. So if you have not created an IAM role, you have to click on create role. It will redirect you to use the service Elastic Beanstalk. Click on next. So it is an environment. Click on next. So these are the policy attached to that IAM role. Click on next, and you have to give the name of the role. So you can see we are allowing Elastic Beanstalk service, and action is to assume role, and we have these policies. So you have to just click on that. But for now, I have created the role, so I will select the created role. And for the instance profile role, same, click on create role, and that you have to select the compute Elastic Beanstalk compute and click on next. So you will get all the permission listed here and click on next. Even you can see we are allowing effect as the service to the EC2, and the action is to assume the role. So click on create role, and for now I have the EC2 instance profile role also created, so I will click on next. It is optional, you can leave it. So I will click on next. So these are the optional steps. So this is the optional and this is also optional, and I will skip to review as this is optional step. You can do it by own. I'm not going through that. So I will skip to review. So now you can see we are going to review as step 3, step 4 and step 5 are the optional for the networking and instant traffic and scaling. You can do it by own. For now, we will just do this so that I can show you how you can deploy a sample application, a Node.js application on this. So click on create. So let's wait. Our Elastic Beanstalk is launching, and behind the scene, it is creating a stack on the cloud formation. So I will show you. So I will go to the cloud formation. So here is the stack, like it is creating the all the resources that is needed. It is creating a EC2 instance load balancer and the Elastic IP, and the resources you can see it is created the auto scaling group also, and metadata EC2 launch template and the Elastic IP and the security group for the EC2 instances. And if you want to check from the template, you can simply go here, and the in infrastructure composer you can see the visual diagram. So you can see it is created Elastic IP, beanstalk metadata, and the weight condition, auto scaling group, launch template, security group, and the AWS EB instance launch wait handle. So it will create all the resources in the same format it is showing. So if we go to the stack info in event, so you can see all the resources is creating. Once the Elastic Beanstalk is launched, I will go to this domain and we'll see what are the application is launched on the web servers using the Elastic Beanstalk, a sample Node.js application. So it will take a few minutes. And by the way, if I show you what is the resources has been created, so we will see the EC2 instances running. If you see, this is the EC2 instance created by the Elastic Beanstalk. And if you go to the Elastic IP, this is Elastic IP created by the Beanstalk. And for the auto scaling group,
You can see this is also created by the Elastic Beanstalk. So this is all the stuff that Elastic Beanstalk create, and it will deploy our application, a web application that is highly available, and it will automatically deployed via the Elastic Beanstalk. There is no need to manage everything. This AWS manage. You just have to bring your code. You can simply upload your code. So you can see the environment successfully launched. And if I go to this domain, we will see a sample Node.js application. So you can see the Elastic Beanstalk. Welcome to your Elastic Beanstalk application. This is a sample application deployed via the Elastic Beanstalk. So this is what I want to share with you all. And this is a very cool feature if you want to deploy your application fastly and with easy to get started, maximum flexibility, and the managed by the AWS. It is with auto scaling, health monitoring, and the deployment options like rolling and the blue green deployment. So you can use this Elastic Beanstalk feature. You can even check the health. You can see the status is okay. Our instance is perfectly running, and the health status is okay, meaning the everything is working properly. You can even check a log. If there is an error, you can see in the log. You can even monitor the services. So if there is a spike, it will auto scale. It will show you the CPU utilization. So that's all about the Elastic Beanstalk that I want to share with you all. You can check the environment that you have created. So this is a sample application. We have deployed a Node.js simple application. So you can create one another environment like a production environment where you will deploy your source code to deploy your real application with that domain. And even you can create a test environment, and accordingly you will choose your source code to test on the Elastic Beanstalk. And if you want to destroy everything in this created Elastic Beanstalk, so you just have to select the application, click on action if you have the delete application. So first you have to delete the environment. So I will delete the environment first. So terminate the environment, enter the name of the environment. So I will copy it and paste it. So just have to terminate it, and it will terminate your environment. Then you can delete the application of Elastic Beanstalk. So this is very easy to use, and if you want to do it very fastly and managed by AWS, so you have just to use the Elastic Beanstalk, and we will destroy the application also. So our application is this. I will delete this application also. So we have deleted our environment and the application. And in this video, we are going to learn about AWS App Runner. So basically, क्या है AWS App Runner? Suppose you are a developer and you want to your application run like a web application run globally or with a domain name, and you don't know how to deploy on AWS. So you can use AWS App Runner. So how you can use AWS App Runner? It supports firstly a ECR repository where you have pushed your image, Docker image, and secondly from your source code. So in this video we are going to use a demo CI/CD application where we have created the Docker image for that, created the Docker image of that and pushed it to ECR repository, and from that it deploys on a AWS App Runner. Is that very simple application? So let's get started. So this is the ECR repository we have to create, and this is no like a rocket science. You just have to create on a create repository and write this name. You can choose any name, but you have to then configure the CI/CD YAML file of a GitHub action. So just create repository and you will be having this repository ready. This is the prerequisite for this project. And then second prerequisite is adding a secret. So how do you will get this secret? You have to go to the IAM Identity Access Management in AWS console. Then you have to create one user. So go to the user. I have created this user. Okay, and go to the security credential and create one access key. You can create like directly from here. Select this. this, next, and then add any description like a secure CI CD, and then you are done. You will get the security access key and secret access key. Put it on like a, yeah, in this you have to put this access key, and in this access key you have to put this secret access key. Okay, and in AWS region, whatever region you are going to use, put that. And in this demo I'm going to use this EU West 2 London Europe, and that's all for the prerequisite. So, and let me show you the GitHub action also. So for that, go to the source directory, and this is the YAML file I have used. So in this repo, in this YAML file, uh, I'm going to only use this code and build part. For deployment, we are using a AWS App Runner. Okay. So in a app directory, whatever changes are pushed, so this pipeline going to be triggered. So this project is fully a DevSecOps project. You can add it to your resume also, where we are installing a SAM and also checking the dependency check and a git leaks. What is git leaks? Git leaks is used for like identifying any secret or push to the repository in a commit message. So it every time scan the commit message or go to the directory and search if any env is pushed, so it will be triggered on this. And in build and push ecr, we are using a aws ecr repository. So here this is the repository name we have created here, as I have shown you. Okay, and this is the repository we have created already, and this is the Docker build. As already we are using a Docker build and pushing it to image and ECR repository, and we are also checking our application is working or not. So this is the 3000 port we are using for a Docker application, and we are retrieving the service URL of App Runner. So first time this will not be shown. When second time we will do, then we will get this service URL after the pipeline success. So let me also show the Docker file so you can understand why we are using a 3000 port. So this is a very simple Docker file. You can easily understand. We are using the base image as this, creating a source directory, install like copying the package or JSON, and installing only the production dependencies, and we are then exposing it and running it. Okay, that's a simple thing. And what else I have to show you? So this is the main code base I'm using. Okay, that's it. So I think I'm done. So let's trigger the pipeline. So we are going to change the app directory. So in the Docker file, we are triggering the test trigger. Okay, so I have entered the space. So git status, git add, git commit, m test trigger. Oh, sorry, git push. So the changes are going to push to the main branch, and it will be trigger the GitHub action pipeline. Uh, yeah, you can see. So this is the CI/CD security job, where it is installing a SAM firstly, and then using a SAST, where also checking the dependencies and Git leaks for a security environment. After this job is successful, then we are going to build and push the ECR image. After that, we are going to create the app runner. So let me show you first the CI/CD pipeline, then we are going to use the app runner for deployment part. Very easy for you can, if you are given a task to like कि आपको कल दिखाना है application or you don't know how to use AWS EC2 वगैरह वगैरह, so you can use this AWS App Runner. You can also deploy with your source code also, but for this demo I'm using the ECR, which is very simple. You can use your Docker image also, but in Docker Hub, if you push and simultaneously frequently pushing the images regularly, then you get the rate limit. For that reason, I'm using the ECR, and you can see that file scanned successfully, and there is no blocking वगैरह. And this is the git leaks. It is scan the commit, and there is no leaks found. So this job is successful. Let's go to the second job, which is a build and push to AWS ECR. So AWS manual. Okay. So this is image is also pushed, and let me show you. So you can see that latest image is also pushed. So let's create the App Runner service. Then you have to click on AWS App Runner. Let me show you from scratch. Search for AWS Runner, App Runner. Okay, you have to select this. Then click on Create App Pair. Select. Go to the here and select your ECR repository and image tag your latest. Continue. Then select the automatic. Like it will automatically detect your pipeline. Then it is deployed. Okay. Oh, okay. You have to say you can also create the role also or use the existing one. If you have don't have any role here listed, then use the create new role. Then click on next and give the service name as this. Okay. And port is our 3000 as I also showed you on the Docker file. And that's all. Go to the next and create and deploy. Okay, and this is the default domain it has provided. You can also add the custom domain if you want, like very easy. If you have non-Amazon like GoDaddy पे आपका domain है, so you can use this and enter your domain. Suppose मैं ये domain लेता हूँ, link domain करता हूँ. Oh wait, what has happened? Maybe मैंने इसको अभी तक ये deploy नहीं हुआ ना इसलिए. So let this happen, then हम लोग करेंगे. And अभी यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं दिख रहा होगा आप लोगों को क्योंकि लेट डिप्लॉयमेंट लॉग यू कैन सी दैट सक्सेसफुली क्रिएटेड पाइपलाइन ऑटोमेटिक डिप्लॉयमेंट. इसके बाद हेल्प चेक होगा. दैट्स ऑल. जो भी हुए आपके सामने इधर लॉग दिखने वाला है. एंड और ऑपरेशन इन प्रोग्रेस. So let's wait for this to complete and then I will show the application is running here. Every time when you code and push the changes to the app directory, then the pipeline is got triggered and app runner will detect the changes and will merge it here and create the deployment. Okay, so it is a pure complete CI/CD for a DevSecOps pipeline where the development code build step is done in a CI GitHub action, and for deployment we are using the AWS App Runner. So this is I loved about the AWS App Runner. You should also use. And for the repository, I will mention in the comment section. You can use it from there also. So let's wait for this deployment to complete. I will directly come to the deployment. It is hardly will take the 1 minute. So I will directly show you when the deployment is completed. Till now, I will cut the between the part. It will hardly take 1 minute. Okay. So now our application is deployed. You can see successfully deployed CI/CD service, and here you can also see the logs where they successfully routing the incoming traffic and to application. With you can see the deployment ID also. Here you can see our deployment is succeeded. So let's go to this URL and boom, you can see our application is running without a zero downtime. Yeah, you can see deployed to AWS App Runner, fully functional. You can see the README and apply at your end also. And let me trigger the test trigger again to check whether the application is complete CI/CD or not. So for that, we are going to update this app.js. In app.js, it is using the public also. So we going to index.html and just change the v2 to v3, which is a div, and we can see the difference also for you. There we going to see the v3. Okay, and for the deployment, it will take 5 to 10 minutes. So after successful, you don't click on this. Like क्लिक भी कर लोगे तो क्या हो जाएगा बट एप्लीकेशन दिखेगा नहीं. इट विल टेक 5 से 10 मिनट लगेगा डिप्लॉय होने में. ठीक है प्रॉपरली. And so let's trigger the test trigger. So I have changed this
from V2 to V3. Okay, git add, git commit, test trigger 2. Okay, git push. So after this, our pipeline is going to be triggered. Okay, so here we are going to see our trigger. Okay, you can see. So let us complete the security part. Then we are going to push the image to AWS ECR, which we can see here also. After that, AWS App Runner will create a new deployment and deploy it. Then again, we can see the changes on in our application. Okay, as you can see, our security part is done. Now it is on the second job, which is a build and push to AWS ECR. Okay, it is starting the container, basically building, and then it is done the call to check the where the application is working or not. So you can see that here our changes are phased, which is from V2 to V3. Let's see it get phased in our application or not. So we also got the application URL which is masked because some of our a variable which is automatically masked by the GitHub action. But you can verify the URL like from starting that it is the same like WCEB. Okay, our pipeline is successful. Okay, then we are going to see the difference in the, you can see that operation is progressing automatically trigger the new deployment. So after this is completed, we are going to see our version 3 of application here. Okay, so let's wait for the deployment is completed. And if you want to apply this same project, you can check the comment section where I have provided the GitHub repository and apply the same project at your end. For that, you can let me guide you. You directly go to the README and you can see that it uses the Node.js and Express application technologies, and CI/CD for that we are using the GitHub action, and it is also for security we are using these three, and for containerization we are using the Docker as I have shown you here. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, okay, and you have to provide this secret in a repo secret. Okay, uh, for that you have to go to the setting and then secret and variable action and add a new repository secret. That's all. And for after that you have to create the AWS App Runner service where you have to provide the ECR repository path and the image tag also, and port is 3000, and then create and deploy, and that's all. Your application will be deployed in 5 to 10 minutes. So let's wait for our deployment is completed or not. Health check is done. Just few seconds or more also. Okay, let's wait. Now you can see our second deployment is also completed. Okay, you can see. Let me refresh. Yeah, it is succeeded. So let's go to the URL again and see. Yeah, you can see that we from V2 to V3 it is automatically deployed. It is a complete automated pipeline for your project. You can use it at your end.
In this video, we are going to learn about AWS VPC peering, and we also going to cover what is a AWS VPC and what is a VPC peering, why to create a VPC peering connection, and how to create a VPC peering. What is a AWS VPC? Basically, AWS VPC stand for Virtual Private Cloud, and it is a logically isolated network that allows us to launch multiple resources within it, and it can be a EC2 instance and the Lambda function and etc. And what is a VPC peering? So basically, if you have multiple VPC in your region, suppose this is a VPC you have in US East 1, and this is a VPC that you have in EU West 1, and you want to communicate within this VPC, and you have launched the EC2 instance in this VPC and another EC2 instance in this VPC, and you want to communicate privately using these EC2 instances within this VPC. So for that, we create a VPC peering connection so we can communicate privately using these EC2 instances within this VPC, not using any internet gateway and the public internet access to communicate within these VPCs, and how to create it. So for that, go to your AWS console and go to your VPC dashboard and select your VPC. And we have a default VPC. The idea is that we're gonna create another VPC, and we will launch one instance in created VPC and one instance in a default VPC. And from default VPC, we are going to call the created EC2 instance in a created VPC. That can be a prod VPC. And we're gonna see how we can privately communicate from default VPC to the created prod VPC using the EC2 instance, and we're not going to use any public IP and the internet gateway and etc. So for that, now click on create VPC. So there is a manual method. You create a VPC and add then subnet with internet gateway and the net gateway. So at the same place, you select the VPC and more, and we're gonna add it as a prod. So this will create a VPC for us and create a four subnet. And this is the route table, and this is the network connection. This is a internet gateway, and this is the network connection for us. And you can see the public CIDR block for this VPC. So you can see this CIDR block, and there is a no IPv6 CIDR block we want. And this is the availability zone. So currently we're gonna select two, and the number of public subnet will also be two. We're gonna have the NAT gateway, which is not needed, but let's create it. And let's click on create a VPC. It will automatically create everything for you, and VPC and the subnet within that VPC. And let's wait for it to be created. So our VPC, which is a prod VPC, is created. You can simply go here and refresh it. So you can see there is a two VPC. So now we are going to launch a EC2 instance in a prod VPC. So click on launch EC2 instance, and we're gonna name as a prod VPC, prod EC2. So write it, and we're gonna select the Amazon Linux, and this is the instance type. We're gonna select or create a key pair, because we don't need to create a key pair because we are going to use the EC2 instance connect, and we're gonna use the created VPC. So this is our prod VPC, and we're gonna launch it in a public subnet, because if you want to connect using EC2 instance connect, then you have to launch EC2 instance in a public subnet. So we're gonna enable the auto assign IP. So we're gonna create a security group also. So this is the security group name, and we are allowing the SSS connection, and we're gonna also add a security group rule for the HTTP, so that we can access our application and from anywhere. So this is a security group, and in advanced detail, we are going to add user data for to install the HTTPD, which is a Apache, but it called as HTTPD in Amazon Linux. So we are installing and starting it and appending a heading in a index.html. So we're gonna launch it. So after EC2 instance is launched, within that period, the in a boot time, that user data is going to be executed and run and install the HTTPD for us. So we can see the EC2 instance is created. So let's wait for a minute and running status. So you can see this is EC2 instance is currently running. We will copy the public IP and open it in a browser as a HTTP. So we're gonna use the port 80. So HTTPD is also run on the port 80. So you can see that HTTPD going to work, but let's wait for some second. Or just a second. So you can see the HTTPD is working and correctly providing the output to us. And now we are going to launch another EC2 instance in a default VPC, and From that, we are going to curl the EC2 instance, and let's see whether the EC2 instance are going to connected with a private IP or not. So we're gonna add as a default VPC, default EC2, sorry. Okay, same EC2 instance, and this is a key pair. We also select the same, and this is the default VPC, and we are creating security group. You can allow HTTP, but it is not needed. So now we launch the EC2 instance. So this is the EC2 instance we have launched in default VPC. So you can see there is a two EC2 instance that is running. This is a default EC2. You can check the private IP is this, and for the prod EC2 there is a private IP is this. Now we are going to connect both the EC2 instance, and let's see we can communicate privately. So we're gonna click on connect. This is the EC2 instance that where we are running our HTTPD, and also we are going to connect that created EC2, which is a default EC2, and let's wait for it. Okay, so click on connect, EC2 instance connect. So this is a default EC2 instance, and from default EC2 instance we are going to call the EC2 instance of prod VPC. Let's see we can connect or not. So this is a default EC2, and this is a prod EC2. Now we are going to copy the private IP address, and this is a prod EC2. Now from here we can easily curl it. So if I paste the IP address, so if I enter, you can see we can easily curl because it is the same instance where the HTTPD is running. If we are going to curl it from the default EC2 instance, then you can see we cannot communicate it privately because both are in a different VPC. So you can see we are going to get a connection timeout error and any error. So to communicate within this EC2 instance, we are going to create a peering connection. So in a VPC, in this section, you can see the peering connection. Click on that, and from here, you can click on create VPC peering, and you can enter anything demo VPC peering. Okay, so requester is our the default VPC, and this is the CIDR of that, and the another VPC in my same account, and the in the same region, and even you can connect to another VPC from another account and another region. So this is acceptor, and simply we are going to click on create VPC peering connection. So it will ask to accept the peering connection as we are in the same account, so we can easily accept it. So this is not an end, still we cannot access the EC2 instance from default EC2. We have to modify route table of both VPC so that we can allow traffic from one VPC to another. So we will modify the route table, and this is the route table of let's wait for this. So this is the route table we have to modify. So this is the route we currently have. And if you want to check what is the CIDR for your VPC, you can simply click on this prod VPC and the default VPC. So the default VPC have CIDR is this. So we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna in a route table. This is the route table we have to modify, and click on added. You can add the copy route and select the peering connection. In a peering connection, you can select that created peering connection. Still, we cannot communicate within those VPC because we need to modify the route table of default VPC also. Okay. So for that, let's scroll it, and you can see this is a default VPC route table, and we have to modify it. So let's click on it, and we have to add a route for that. So before that, we need to identify the CIDR for the prod VPC. So you can copy this CIDR of the prod VPC, go to route table, and this is a default route table. So click on route, edit route, and add route. You can simply copy paste that route copied, and peering connection, and this is the peering connection. Click on save changes. Now we can easily communicate between those VPC EC2 instances. If I show you, so this is the uh, default VPC EC2 instance, and this is a prod EC2 instance. So if I show you, this is a prod VPC, and this is a default VPC EC2 instance. So you can see we can easily communicate using a private IP between those VPC by establishing a VPC peering connection. So this is how you can establish a connection between two VPC. In this video, we are going to learn about Amazon Route 53, and by the end of this video, you will see how you can attach an existing domain to the Route 53 and create an application host on EC2 instance and route a traffic from the Route 53 on a proper domain to that EC2 instance application. And you will also see what are the routing policies for the Route 53. So you might be thinking, what is Amazon Route 53? It is a reliable way to route user to your internet application, which is a web application or your website. And it is basically a domain name system of a AWS service, which is highly available and scalable. And if you talk about what are included into the Route 53, there is a domain name. You can register a domain and attach an existing domain that you have in GoDaddy, Namecheap, and the other platform. And you can create a hosted zone where you want to respond your DNS queries for the domain, and even you can perform a health check of the multiple domains. You can monitor your application and web resources with a DNS queries with the health checks, and even you can manage the traffic flow, and there is a DNS resolver that resolve your DNS queries between your VPC and your network. And the features is highly available and the reliable, and it is designed for use with other AWS services, not like other GoDaddy domain and the other platform domain. You can use the CNAME and the A record and the alias. So there is alias feature in the Route 53 that is recommended by AWS to use the alias for the AWS related services. Like if you have the load balancer URL, use the alias, not the CNAME, as the CNAME is used to route the traffic to the another domain, and A record is to for the IP based routing. Okay, and it is very simple to use and flexible, and use case are included as a global traffic management, and as I mentioned, alias to AWS resources. If you have to use the AWS resources to route traffic, you should use the alias. And pricing, you can check the pricing. And for the pricing, I have to mention one thing, that if you are registering a new domain on the Route 53, that is this part, if you are registering a domain that is going to cost you real money, it is not covered in AWS credit. If you are a community builder, you have credit, it is not covered in that credit also, or any type of AWS credit. It is totally going to chargeable on your debit card and the credit card. It is not free. So make sure you register a domain by knowing this, and it will charge you around $15 that we can purchase another domain on another platform. So you can register a domain if you have to pay that money, and you can configure health check, transfer domain if you have, and create a hosted zone. For now, we will create a hosted zone as we have a existing domain on the GoDaddy. We will go to that and create a hosted zone. So we will name the domain that I have. So I have the domain amitabh.cloud, and I will create a public hosted zone, and it is both for the internet, not for the VPCs. So you can see we have created a hosted zone for our existing domain that I have on the GoDaddy. You can see this is the domain I have. And if we see what are the name server, so we have to provide the name server in the GoDaddy. We have to replace that existing name server in the GoDaddy with the provided this name servers. After that only we can able to use the and route the traffic using the Amazon Route 53, until if it is not updated in the platform that we have the existing domain, we cannot use the Route 53 for the hosting application and the routing traffic. So we will copy the each name server that we have provided for this public hosted zone, and we will go to the domain, and in domain we have to go to the DNS, and DNS we have to go inside the name server, and we have to change the name server. And now if we click on I use my own server, I will paste each name server one by one, remove the dot after end of this domain, and now we will paste other four, and one by one we will add all the four DNS name servers. So it will resolve our request on this name server on the Route 53, and this is a necessary step. If you don't do it, you cannot use the Route 53 for the existing domain. You have to create and register the new domain, and it will cost you. So click on continue. So you can see we have created a request to update our name server, and if I refresh, you can see our name server is updated. So it will typically take a 5 minute of time to update it. Until it is going to take a time, we will launch a EC2 instance and host a application on that. Okay, so we will click on launch EC2 instance, and we will name it as the route 53 EC2, and we will select the Ubuntu and the T2 micro, and we will select the nothing key pair, as we will use the EC2 instance connect if you want to use, and we will allow the HTTP and the HTTPS access, as it going to query the domain. So we will use the 15 GB of storage, and we will deploy one Nginx application using the user data that we had talked about in the start. So we have provided the user data as we are updating the system, installing the Nginx, and starting the Nginx service, and enabling the Nginx service to start on the boot of the EC2 instance. And next is we are appending one text heading to the index.html where the Nginx web page is stored. So it will replace that, and we will see this text on the web server. So this is our custom application, and we will launch the EC2 instance. And once the EC2 instance is running, we will see and check whether the application of Nginx is running or not with a custom heading. So we will see that, and we will wait for the DNS around the 5 minutes to resolve that query. It will take around 5 minutes, and in the worst case it will going to take 24 hours to resolve your query. So wait for 5 minutes around, and if you see whether the instance is running, so you can see instance is running. If I check with the IP address, so this is the IP and the port is 80. Let's see whether the Nginx is running or not. I will continue to decide, and so it is still running the EC2 instance, and the user data is not finished, so we will wait for that. So you can see our application is running. This is just that icon that we are using, rocket icon. So this is our custom application that we have hosted on EC2 instance. And now we will route a traffic on a real domain like nginx.amitabh.cloud to route a traffic on this IP. So user will type the domain, and it will resolve a query on this IP, as we are using the domain name system a web service of AWS. So this is the IP, and now we have waited a lot of time. Now we will create a record. So here I have to cover about the routing policy. So this is a simple routing. It will show all the responses to all the users with the same response. So in a weighted routing policy, we will provide a percentage amount of traffic that will see a response 1, and the percentage amount of traffic which will see the response 2, and the geolocation is based on the location base. You will route a traffic on the location base, and the latency, even you can create a latency based routing policy to route a traffic on the nearest center of the AWS, whether user can only see the response that have the less latency, and it will improve the performance of the website. And you can even check the failover if the one response is failing to redirect to the standby of the domain, and even we have the multi-answer. You can save up to 8 multi-value answer of the routing policy. So if you query the nginx.amitabh.cloud, it will provide a 8 available responses for that. And even we have the IP based and the geo proximity. So you can read about other two, and we will go to the simple routing, and we will use the domain as nginx, and we will use the a record type, and we will copy the public IP of that EC2 instance where our nginx application is running, and we will paste here. And view the TTL. Talking about TTL is time to leave, how much time it will take you to clear the cache of the response that website a DNS query has written. So if you check the 24 hours, so it will take 24 hours to update a next request, so that a DNS server cannot get be overloaded. So this is used to cache the response. And if your user is not getting a new UI look of your application, this is a primary issue of the TTL. If you have set the TTL to the longer time, it will take a longer time to show the response, a new response to that user. So make sure you reduce the TTL and see whether it updates or not. And we will create the record. And once the record is created, we will check the status is in sync or not. So it is in a pending status, and we will wait for the couple of time. So you can see this is now in a sync. And if you go to the public hosted zone, this is our hosted zone, and we have added one record called nginx amitabh.cloud. Okay, so this is nginx.amitabh.cloud, and we will open the incognito mode and type the http. It might take time, but still if I go to that URL, so you can see we can able to see the application that we have hosted on the EC2 instance on the public domain. You can see this is the domain. So that's a work of the Route 53 that you can use for. And similarly, we can do with the GoDaddy also. But this is the AWS manage. We have a lot of things there. You can register a domain, a real domain, and purchase like a purchase we do in on the GoDaddy. So you can see how we are routing a traffic to the domain for that EC2 application we have hosted on. And this is very easy. You can use it, and even you can create a health check. So you can check whether the EC2 instance is running or not. You can simply click on create health check. And if I name it as a test health check, and endpoint will be IP address. So I will choose the resource as the endpoint, and will be the HTTP, and we will copy the public IP of that EC2 instance, and port will be okay, port will be 80, and path will be slash, and we will remove the HTTP. And this is our health check, and I will create a health check. So it will regularly monitor whether the EC2 instance is running with our application or not. So if you want to check whether it is healthy or not, you can wait for a couple of seconds, and it will show you whether it is healthy or not. So we will wait for some seconds, and we will see it is healthy or unhealthy. So you can see now our application in healthy status. The health check is passed, as our current status will be the healthy. And if you want to make a unhealthy status so that a route traffic is not go to that EC2 instance, you can create a failover routing policy. Once the one health check is unhealthy, it will redirect to the failover of the another healthy status of the EC2 instance where our another application of same version is running. So this is how you can use the Route 53 for the general purpose. If you are registering a new domain, make sure you will pay a real money. It will cost me around $15. So it will also cost you around $15 if you register a new domain. And it is recommended if you have existing domain, use that like I have done here. So if you have to register, you can click on register domain and register a domain that you wanted if it is available. And similarly, you can use the hosted zone if you have to attach the existing domain that I have done in this video. So it is a dashboard about the Route 53. If you want to check, you can see where this is have the one hosted zone, one health check, and even you can create a traffic policy.
if you have money, you can register a domain. And talking about how to clear all thing we have done, simply first destroy the EC2 instance. I will terminate it. Once the EC2 instance is terminated, our health check is going to be unhealthy. So in a failover, we create multiple health check and on a multiple EC2 instance. And once the one health check is unhealthy, it will redirect to the another healthy status of the EC2 instance. So I will destroy the everything. So for that, I will once go to the hosted zone and delete first the record that I have created, and I have deleted that record. And if I go to the hosted zone again and select this, and simply I can click on delete and I will delete it. Okay, so our hosted zone is deleted. And if I go to the health check, so there is one health check. I have to select that. I think go to inside that health check, and in health check you can delete it. So this is how you can clear everything in a Route 53. So it will doesn't cost you anything. And if you want to reverse your name server in GoDaddy, you can simply go to the DNS name server, change name server, and the GoDaddy has a feature to use the GoDaddy name server, which is recommended by them. So save it. So it will host the initial application that you have hosted on the name server of the GoDaddy. So this is all about the Route 53 and the DNS part. In this video, we are going to see how you can use an Amazon queue while using the AWS console to improve your efficiency and the productivity. While using AWS services in your AWS console, you can ask this AI tool about what are the S3 bucket do you own, and what are the EC2 instances currently running, and the what are the instances are stopped. And there are much more action you can perform. You can even visualize the cost about your EC2 instances and the CPU uses. So there are a lot of features that this AI tool that provide, which is provided by AWS, and it is built into the AWS console, so anyone can use it and improve their efficiency while using the AWS console. To use the Amazon queue, you have to log in into your AWS account, and you will see this AWS icon, and beside this you have the Amazon queue icon. So this is a new layout that AWS has enabled for all the users. So just click on that icon. So it will enable the Amazon queue, and it will open the interface for you to use the AI tool. So this is the interface that Amazon queue provide. You can even do the full screen, and there is a prompt library. What are the action are allowed in the Amazon queue? What are the action they can perform? So there are the actions like you can list the running EC2 instances, inspect ALB traffic, distribution to EC2 instances. So you can read all about this. And even we have the visualization. You can even visualize this thing in by creating a pie chart and the graphs for your EC2 instances and the cost. And even you can forecast this thing. And even we have the table format and the question answers. So whatever the actions you are searching for, what are the action which is AI tool is able to do, you can search from the library. And the next is you can create a multiple conversation, and there is a conversation history also, and the setting also. So we will now toggle the full screen, so you can see we are able to get the full screen. And if I say list the all the bucket, list all bucket in my account, so now it will analyze my AWS account and list all the bucket that I own in my AWS account. So it will assist me to list the S3 buckets. And later on, we will see how we can list the EC2 instances that are stopped in my AWS account across all the region. So we will wait for that. Let the AI tool finish this gathering the relevant context for the my query. So you can see it will create the table of buckets that I own in my AWS account. So here are the 5 buckets in my AWS S3. So this AI tool will help you to analyze all the S3 bucket do you own. And the best part is you can even search what are the EC2 instances in your AWS account. What are the EC2 instances in
my AWS account is currently stopped. Suppose you are deployed the multiple EC2 instances in multiple regions and you don't have time to go all through the all the regions and check whether the EC2 instances are running or stopped. So you can use this AI tool to get to know what are the EC2 instances that are currently running and what are they stopped. So these are the EC2 instances that I own. So you can see these are the EC2 instances which is in a stopped state in my this region. And if I say to list all EC2 instances in all region which is stopped. So it will able to analyze all the region also across your AWS account. So it will list all the EC2 instances which are in the stopped phase and the stopped state. So we will wait for that and it will create a table of the EC2 instances which is currently the stopped phase, and there are much more actions you can perform. So there are visualization prompt also you can use to analyze your AWS resources and the cost. So it will create a pie chart and the graph for you. So we will wait for the EC2 instance to be generate the table for that, which is the start phase. So you can see these are the EC2 instances across all region, whatever the EC2 instances in the start phase. So these EC2 instances are from the US East 1 region and the second one is from the EU West 1. So you can see this AI tool is able to search and query into all your region. So this is a very helpful AI tool that AWS has created. Even we have the capability to forecast the next billing period based on the current bill. So if I say what is my current month bill, so it will able to query current month bill also. So it will analyze the my AWS account and query the cost management API, and accordingly it will get the data and provide to me. So there are a lot more actions you can perform. You can check the prompt AI library that AWS provide in your the Amazon Q library. So the current bill for the April, this is the current month which I have till the April 23. So it is up to date AI tool, and currently the date is the 23 April also, and this is the amount that I have cost for the bill. So if I show you, go to the AWS, so you can see this is the bill that Amazon Q also shown. And the next action we can perform the, if I show you to create a graph or the pie chart. So we will go to the visualization and suppose I want to create a pie chart for EC2 other cost last in the last month. So it will create a pie chart that like a circle. So it will list all the cost based on my query. So we will wait for to generate a pie chart. So you can visualize also, create in a table format also, and there is also a Q&A. You can ask question and it will provide the answer based on your query by analyzing your AWS account and querying everything. So this is a very best initiative that AWS has done, and you should use this AI tool in your day-to-day work so that you can improve your efficiency and the productivity while working on a large infrastructure. So it will definitely help you. So do check it out according to your use case. So you can see it has generated the visualization like a pie chart. So it will show what are the cost that I have gained from the March 2026 month. So this is the cost breakdown. So this is the 97% cost I got from the EBS volume storage, and there is a data transfer and there is a NAT gateway hour cost also. So you can get a visualization also in this AI tool. So you can even generate a graph. So there is a lot more actions you can get from the prompt library in Amazon Q. This video we are going to see how we can do a CI/CD of Node.js application using the GitHub action, and in this video we are going to see what is a CI/CD and what is a GitHub action, and how to write a Docker file and the Docker Compose file. And the CI/CD of Node.js application includes the build and push of the Docker image into the Docker Hub platform, and the how we can do the SSH login to the EC2 server and deploy our Node.js application using the Docker Compose, where we will pull the Docker image which have pushed to the Docker Hub, and we will run the Docker Compose sub repository of that Node.js application. For what we are going to do the CI/CD of it, and this is the UI of that application. So let's understand what is the CI/CD, what is the need of CI/CD, and what is the GitHub action. Suppose you are a developer, and you are the developer and you have your code on your local machine. So this is your machine, your laptop, and you have the Node.js application in this your machine, and you want to host this application so that everyone into the world can access your application and use it. For that, you have to deploy your application into the server, because if a lot of users are going to access your application hosted on your laptop machine, so your laptop will going to be destroyed or the crashed. So for that, you will deploy your application into the servers, can be EC2 or the Azure servers. So suppose this is the sample server. So to deploy your code into the server, you have to push your code into the server. For that, there is a two method, which is you can copy paste your code from local machine to the server. And the secondly, most of the developer and the real world programming use is the GitHub platform, and the copy paste is not a good way. So we will use the GitHub as a version control platform, where you, the developer, will push your code. So you will push your code from your local machine to the GitHub, and from GitHub, so here you have done the push. So you have pushed your code, and now you will pull the code from GitHub to your server so that you can run it onto your server, so that millions of users or the lot of users can easily access and your local machine cannot be affected. So you have pull your code into the server. Now if you have to run your code into your server, you have to access your server. So you can easily access your server from your laptop using the SSH, which is the remote login protocol. So you will easily log in into your server using the SSH. And suppose you are using the Docker and the Docker Compose, you can easily run the Docker Compose file to deploy your code. Okay, so simply Docker Compose up. And if you are using the Kubernetes, you can simply deploy your application into the Kubernetes cluster. So this is the process you will going to follow to deploy your application into the server, which is a very manual process. Every time if you add a new features, you have to deploy your code into the GitHub, then you are going to pull into the servers, and then you will access your server and up the Docker Compose file, which is very manual and the repetitive task. This is where CI/CD comes in the phase. So this CI/CD, continuous integration and the continuous deployment or the delivery, is the process of automating your all the process that we have seen. And the GitHub Action is a platform that allow you to automate your build, test, and deployment of your application. So I hope you understand what is a CI/CD and what is a GitHub Action. And GitHub Action is directly integrated into the GitHub platform, so you don't need to set up the GitHub Action like we do this Jenkins and the other platforms. So GitHub Action is directly provided by the GitHub into your repository. So you can see this is the action tab, and you will see all the action that you want to create. So for now, you have understand what is a CI/CD and what is a GitHub Action. Let's go to into your code base and write a Docker file, and let's see how to write a Docker file. So we will use the base image as the node, and we will use the node version 18. You can use the upgraded version also. So this is the Alpine image we are going to use, which is the lightweight. And now we will create a working directory. So work directory where our code will be going to run inside the Docker container. So it will be /app. And now we will copy the package.json and the package log.json for installing the dependencies. So we will simply write the package, and the asterisk means both file, the package and the package /locker json also. So it will copy into the our working directory /, and now we will run the npm install to install the dependencies. So this is our the Docker file, and now we have to copy the other codes also. So we will copy into the working directory. Now we have to expose the port where our application is going to listen inside the Docker container. So it will be the port 3000. And now we simply run the cmd command so that we can easily start the npm application. So this is the start. Okay, so this is the our Docker file that we have to push into the GitHub. So we will add the Docker file and git commit added Docker file. So git push. So this is our sample Docker file, which will deploy our application using the Docker. So Docker is a platform or a tool that allow you to containerize your application and the dependency so that it can be run in any machine or any operating system. It can be Linux, Windows, and Mac, any. So this is the feature of the Docker. And if you see into the GitHub and go to the sample repository of that application, and if you see the Docker file contained. So you can see the Docker file contained has been pushed to the GitHub. Now we will write the Docker compose, and for writing a Docker compose, you first have to mention the version. So I will mention it as the 3.8, and now it has to have the services. So it is used to orchestrate multiple services, and the services name I will keep it as a name, and the name will have the application, and application will have the image, and image will be my Docker Hub username, and slash if I keep as a Node.js CI/CD app. So this will be the image, and we can give the container name also. So container name will be the CI/CD CI/CD app. Okay, and we have to mention the ports that going to use. So we will use the port as 3000. So this is how you can map the port also. And now we can write the restart policy, and we are going to have the restart always if the container is failing. So this is the Docker compose file. You can add a multiple services. You can start writing. If you have the databases, you can simply create a database service to orchestrate and run containers simultaneously using the Docker compose. And now we have done the Docker compose also, so we will push it to the GitHub. So we will add it, git add Docker compose, and git commit -m added a Docker compose. So now we will push it to the GitHub, and we will see whether it has been pushed to the GitHub or not. So you can see the Docker compose file is also there, and now we will write a CI/CD pipeline for our Node.js application. For that, you have to create a .github slash workflow. This is the directory you have to create in your project so that it can detect by GitHub to that it is a GitHub action file. So you have to create a .github slash workflow, and in that you can create a multiple GitHub action files. So inside the workflow folder, you have to create one YAML file. So it will YAML instructions. So you have to create the deploy.yaml or any file name you wanted to, and you can give the name of the workflow. So we will give the name as the CI/CD Node.js app. So our Node.js application, and this is the name of the workflow. And now we will define the trigger. So on what you have to trigger this workflow on push, on pull request, and you have to schedule it. And there is also the workflow dispatch, which is a manual trigger of this workflow. You can go to the action tab in the GitHub repository, and you can manually trigger the pipeline. And there is also a workflow call, so you can call the another workflow using the this workflow. So for now we will trigger on the push. So we want to trigger it on the push, and the branches we have is the main branch. If I show you, this is the main branch where we have the code in our repository. So we will choose the list. Okay, so this is the main branch. Suppose you have the multiple branch, so you can simultaneously write using the comma. So currently we have only the main branch, and this is the trigger part. And if you want to ignore some paths also, so you can write a path ignore. Suppose the developer don't want to be trigger the pipeline when the readme file is updated. So you can easily ignore that readme file to trigger the pipeline. So you can simply write path ignores, which is the readme file. So readme.md, which is a file that developer don't want to be triggered when it is updated. So this is all about the trigger part. Now we have the jobs. So in jobs we have several jobs. Suppose you want to build. So build job will consist of several instruction to perform via the GitHub action, and simultaneously we have the test job, and simultaneously you have the deploy job. So currently we have the jobs, and jobs will have the two jobs in our this CI/CD. First is the build and push, where we will build our Docker image and push it into Docker Hub. And second will we have the deploy to EC2. So this is our second job. So now we will write inside the first job, which is the build and push, which will runs on the Ubuntu latest. You can write on the Windows latest or any machine you wanted to. So accordingly, you have to change your command also. So this is the runs on the Ubuntu latest. And now it require a several instructions to run inside this job. So we will have these tabs inside it, and you can name these tabs. So first tab will be the checkout code. We'll be copying the code into the GitHub Action server. So we can name it checkout code. So GitHub action can have the code inside it. So it will uses the inbuilt action. So the name of that action is the action slash checkout at the rate v3 or any version. You can simply search on browser also, which will be the checkout action in GitHub version. Okay, so you can have the checkout action. So this is how you can search for it, and if you want to use, so you can see this is how you can use it. So currently we are using the version 3, so you can use any version, updated version. And the second job will be the login into the Docker Hub. So we will log in into the Docker Hub. So Docker Hub login. So now it is also have the inbuilt action. So you can simply search on the Google Docker Hub login GitHub action. So it will provide the URL. So you can check. This is the action that you have to use for the Docker login. So we will copy the uses of it, and this is the uses. You can simply write it like this, and it requires some parameters. So it will require the width, a username, and the password. So we will write a width, and width have going to have the username and the password. Okay, so we will going to store our Docker Hub login password and the username into the GitHub Action secret. So this video also cover the secret part of the GitHub Action, how you can use the secrets in GitHub Action pipeline. For that, first we have to create a Docker Hub secret. So Docker Hub. So we will have to log in into our Docker Hub platform. So Docker Hub is a platform where you can store your images, just like we store our code into the GitHub. So we will sign in into that platform. And now we will go into the account setting. In account setting, we will have to create a personal access token. Inside, generate a new token, and we will name it as a CI/CD node JS, and we will have the permission read, write, delete, and we will generate it. So this is my username. So you can see this is the username.
And now we will go to our repository inside setting, and in setting we have to go into the secrets and variable in actions. So this will be used in the action, so that's why we are choosing the action and new repository secret, and you can give is as the Docker Hub username, paste it. Okay, and now add secret. So first secret is already added, and now we have the password. So this is our Docker Hub password, and now we will add a new secret. So this is the new secret, and new secret will have the Docker Hub suppose token, and we will paste it the Docker password. Okay, so the both the secret is added. So now we can easily use it here. So for that using, you have to write the dollar, this bracket, and then we have to write the secrets dot, and the username will have the this keyword, and now the username is there, and now you have to write the same way, secrets dot docker hub token. So both the secret is stored in the GitHub action and the GitHub platform, and now we have used in here also. So this is the second steps of the build and push job. Now this first step will be the build and push the Docker file. So for now we will create a name as the build Docker file. So this is the build Docker file, and for that we will simply run the Docker command. So Docker build tag name will be the CI/CD app, and the context will be the dot. So you can simply write by the CI/CD app or with your username. So for that we will copy the username from the password, and this is the tag going to be. There is a two option. You can directly tag it using the your username, or build first and tag with the docker tag command. So I will use directly. So I will write it as a CI/CD app, and the docker file is in the current directory. And the next step will be the pushing into the Docker Hub. So push to Docker Hub. Okay, so it will simply run the Docker command. So Docker push, and we have the username and the CI/CD app. So it will push into the our Docker Hub also. So this is what we have to done in the first job, which is a build and push. Now we have to go inside the second job, which will also runs on the Ubuntu latest. So it will also have the steps inside it. So we will write steps. Okay, so first step will have the deploy to EC2. There is no much steps like previously. So we have just to log in into our EC2 server and copy the code and run the Docker Compose file. So we will name it as a deploy to EC2. Before that, we have to create a EC2 instance. So now go to your AWS platform, log in into that, and launch one EC2 instance. And you can name it any name you have to provide it. So Node.js app and Ubuntu as the OS. And you can select any instance type you wanted to. I will select the T2 medium, and I will create a new key pair, and I also recommend you also to create because it is needed in next step, because for logging into the EC2 instance we require the SSH private key, which we are going to add in GitHub Action secret also. So name it or whatever you wanted to, which is the CI/CD app Node.js app. So this is our key pair which we are going to download it. So this is the key pair we have, and now we will allow the HTTP and the HTTPS access, and the configure will be the 15 GB of the storage, and now we will launch the EC2 instance. And after that we have to SSH into that EC2 instance and just clone that repo so that it have the repository inside at the first time. So we will copy the HTTPS, and now we will copy the public IP, and we will open the new terminal where we are going to do the SSH of it. We have the CI/CD Node.js app, and the user is the Ubuntu, and the private IP, public IP is this, and we are want to connect to that EC2 instance. So we have connected to, and we will simply clone the git clone. Okay, so we will clone it, and now we will go in, and now we have to install the Docker and the Docker Compose so that your server have the Docker Compose to run the Docker Compose file. So for that we will update the system sudo apt update. This is the initial setup. This is a one-time setup that you have to do into your servers, not like a repeated way you push to code, you deploy to your servers, then we have to SSH the into the server. So this is very automated step that we are going to do. So we will install the Docker file, Docker. So sudo apt install docker -y. Oh, this is not Docker, docker.io. So you can install it from the official repository also. So this is a fast way so that we can complete this video as fast as possible. So we have installed the Docker in our EC2 server. Now we will add it to the Ubuntu user. So sudo user mode append in a group Docker, which is the current user, and new grp Docker. So we will go do the Docker PS. So Docker is running. Now we will install the Docker Compose. Sudo apt install Docker Compose v2 and hi why. So the Docker Compose version 2 is going to install. So we have installed it, and now we will go to the application, which we have the CI/CD Node.js application, and we will do the PW. This path is needed, so I will let you know where we have to. And now we will write our next step in the deploy job. So deploy to EC2. So we have the inbuilt actions for the deploy to EC2 using the Apple Boy, something like that. You can simply search on the browser. So we can search it on the browsers. So you can search on the AI mode also. So it will provide you exact what you wanted to. So it will provide, so we have the Apple Boy actions like this, so you can copy paste here. And what it requires is, with we have the host username and the key. So we have the host, which will be the public IP of that EC2 instances, username of that user inside your EC2 instances, then we have the key. So I think that's all. And last we have the script that what we want to perform after logging into that EC2 instances. So what we have to perform, first we have to cd into that application, and once we have cd into the directory, later on we have to stop the running container, because if you don't stop before doing the Docker Compose up, so you will get the errors. So now we will do the Docker Compose up in the detached modes, and the hyphen build means every time you have to build that application. So this is what we have to perform, and now we have to store the secrets of this tree. So for that we are going inside that repository, inside setting. We will go to the secrets and variable inside actions, and we will create a new repository secret. So EC2, we have the private key. So I have already told you that you have to create the private key, which is a key pair inside your EC2 instances. So we will use that only. So for that, go to your directory where you have downloaded the PEM key of that EC2 instance, open into the notepad and copy it. And now go to the secret and paste it here. And remember the name which is we have given here. So now we will add it here as the dollar secrets dot okay, sorry. So you can simply paste like this, and this is the key, and the username also we have the username is the Ubuntu. So we will add the EC2 host, which is the public IP. So we will add the public IP of that. Okay, so the public IP is this, and now we will add it here also. So this is the host and dollar, like that you can add secrets dot your EC2 host, and now we have add the username EC2 user, which will be the Ubuntu. So now you have to add it here also. So this is how you can write your GitHub action script to deploy your application, which is a Node.js application, complete CI/CD. And if you want, you are getting the errors inside the checkout code, you can simply search the checkout action in the GitHub action. So it will provide you the exact URL. So it is actions, not the action. So you can write the like that. And this is how you can solve your errors inside your pipeline also. So you can see we have written our Node.js application CI/CD pipeline. It is ready to push, and now we will add it here. So git add. First we check the status of the repository. So you can see, or inside not the Ubuntu, we have to check the local. So git status. So we have to add it here, git add, and now we have to do the git commit, and we will add it the deploy.yaml and do the git push. So now the changes has been pushed to the repository. Now we will go to the repository. Inside that repository, you can see the yellow dot inside that, so means the action is running, and now we will see what are the actions performing. So you can see one mistake we have done inside the pipeline, so I will tell you. First, let's see whether the build and push is done completed or not. Okay, so you can see the build and push is successfully done. And if I refresh this, the GitHub Docker Hub, and now if I go here inside the Docker Hub, if I go to the profile, you can see the CI/CD app is pushed like 1 minute ago. So the issue is that we have to tell the GitHub action that the deploy EC2 is completely depends on the job build and push. So for that, we have to define the needs. So needs, which will be the build, and what is the name of the job, build and push. So this is the step that I have missed. So we have updated it. Git add, git commit. So updated deploy.yaml, git push. Okay, now if I go to the repository and again check the actions tab, now you will say it is doesn't terminated as, so it will created a dependencies on that deploy EC2, that once the build and push is successful, then only the trigger the deploy EC2 job. So once the build and push is successful, we will see what is the inside happening into the deploy EC2. So you can see we have built the Docker file, and Docker Hub login is all successfully done. And now if I go to the build deploy EC2, so you will see it is done the setup, and now it is using the Appleboy action to access into our EC2 instances. Now it has deployed our application, and let's see what is the error inside it. So we have the pull access denied for this application. So there is one mistake we have done inside it. So because we have the pipe, we have this name, and but we have provided some different name inside the pipeline. So we will fix that also. So if I go to the Docker Compose file, so this is the name which is mismatching. So now the image name is already updated. So we will again add the Docker Compose file, git commit fixed Docker image name. So there is a issue of the Docker image. So again, we have pushed the changes into the GitHub repository. Now again, we will going to see what is happening inside that. So this is how you solve your error inside your pipeline. So let's see build and push is happening or not. So again, the build and push is successfully going to be happen. Now we will check the deploy EC2 job, and it requires the Ubuntu latest. And once it's started, we will see whether it is happening or not. So it uses the actions SSS action of the Apple boy. And again, if we see, it doesn't have access for the Node.js CI/CD app. Okay, the repository. Okay, so the issue is that we didn't pull the changes into the remote application of server. So we have to pull the changes where that we have done into the GitHub repository into the server. So we simply do the git pull. So we have to get the changes. Now we will do the sample trigger for that application. Now it will definitely going to be success. Git add sample trigger. We can simply add it and git push. So now if we going to see inside our repository, so inside action, so let's see whether it is going to be successful or not. So I hope you understand how you can find errors and solve it. So this is how you create a pipeline for your application and solve errors while you get inside your pipeline. You can also use the Copilot agents inside the repository, solve your code reviews and the pipeline issues, and a lot more you can perform using the agents inside your repository. So this is very useful. You can use the code Copilot also, and according to you, you can use it. So it is using the SSS section again and again. We are deploying into that. So you can see now it is going trying to deploy it, but so it is started. So now if I go to the remote server and do the Docker PS. So you will see the one application is running, and now this is running on the port 3000. So we have to open the security group. So now we have to allow the inbound rule for the 3000 port inside your EC2 instances. So for that, we will go to the security group of that EC2 instance. Inside that, add the inbound rule, and inbound rule, add the inbound rule for the port 3000, where for the all people and the application. So this is our application, and now we just have to copy the EC2 instance of that EC2 instance that where our application is running. So this is the public IP, and we will do SHTP the slash slash and the port 3000. So this is where our application is successfully deployed on our EC2 instances using the CI/CD. So you can also do it and add it in your resume. And let's see whether the CI/CD is working or not. Suppose we changes style or the text inside our pipeline. So this is the streamline. So master CI/CD workflows. So this is the version 1. So we have done it. So now if I added git add git commit, and now like sample update trigger git push. So let's see whether it updated or not inside our pipeline. So again, I will go to the repository in action tab. You will see the trigger is happening. So let's see whether it's update our application tech content or not. So we have to see the version 1 here. So you can use the curl also, but best to see the UI part. So we are pushing in the images into the Docker Hub. So now if I see, so images has been pushed to our Docker Hub. So it up to less than 1 minute ago, and the deploy to EC2 is happening. So This is very useful step that you can use into your application. So it is deployed our application successfully. And now if I refresh this, so there is a one mistake again we have done inside our pipeline, that we didn't pull the new image every time inside our pipeline. So for that, we have to do one step again, which is the Docker compose pull, which is the Docker compose pull. You can search about it, which is the Docker compose pull, which is only the pull. So this is the Docker Compose pull, which the command used to download latest version of the images. So previously we are not downloading the latest version of our images. So this is the issue we have found inside that. So again we will do the git add, git commit, fixed pipeline. So git push. Again we will do the git push. And for the safety purpose, we will put the changes inside our local remote server. Okay, so the changes has been pulled. Now again, we will see whether it update our application or not. So go to inside actions. Inside that, we will see whether it going to have the new version of our application or not. And we should see the version 1 here also. So let's see whether the deploy EC2 is successful or not. Okay, so you can see the deploy EC2 is also successful. Now, if I refresh this application, we will definitely see the version 1. So now you can see how we have understand our code base and how we have written the Docker file and the Docker compose and how we have written this CI/CD pipeline. So where we have written the path ignore also and the trigger and the multiple jobs. So we have used the secrets also, Docker Hub login also, and deploying via the Apple Boy action. So in this process, we have seen several errors, missing steps that we have solved in this video. So this is how you write your CI/CD pipeline for your Node.js application. I hope you understand how to do a CI/CD of your Node.js application and how to solve error inside your pipelines. I will provide you the GitHub repository link into the comment section or the description of it. And if you wanted to destroy everything, suppose then you have to just go to your EC2 instance, select that running EC2 instance, and terminate that EC2 instance, go to the EC2 instance and the terminate it. So this is how you can done a complete CI/CD project. So this is how you can do a CI/CD of your Node.js application. You can do this project and add it into your resume, and let me know in a comment section whether this video is helpful or not. You can also tag me onto the LinkedIn platform that you have done this project. So this is very useful project. I hope you understand it, and you can improve it by adding the test tab, and you can deploy into the Kubernetes cluster and create an infrastructure using the Terraform. So this is all about the improvement that you can do into the CI/CD pipeline. So congratulations if you made it till the end of this complete AWS one shot. You have now learned AWS fundamentals, IAM, EC2, networking, scaling, Terraform, and the deployment concept, and even completed a practical CI/CD project. If this video helped you, make sure to subscribe because I will be creating more practical DevOps and cloud content. थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो। मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद, बाय।